Hi everybody, it's Stuart Hillard here, and I am absolutely thrilled to bits to announce that my brand new book, Bags for Life, 21 Projects to Make, Customise and Love Forever, is launching at 8 AM live on Sewing Street this Thursday, the 26th of August. I will see you there.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. So welcome back to Sewing Street. Look at the lovely surroundings I've got here. Now that is because we have got an amazing set of guests for today. We are jam-packed with fabulous guests, and our first guest, which I'll be introducing you to in a very little while. I don't know why I say introducing you to, because it really needs no introduction, but Stuart Hillard is in the building. Yay!
I'm so excited and I can't hide it. Hello, morning everyone.
So Stuart's going to be with us for the first hour, and then again at what time? What's your second hour?
No, this is
it. This is it. Okay, so this is it.
Hour.
So stay tuned for this hour. Oh yes, because you have got another job for the day, which we'll talk about in a minute. But let's start the day with our early birds. So this is how we get going for the day. Can we hear the tweets? Now this is the perfect early bird for today because it is a metre of the H640 fusible fleece. So it's wadding. So it's a metre by 90 centimetres. Now this is the first time we've done this as an early bird, and it is saving of £2. So for 1 metre, it's £7.99. It's never been discounted before. So it's a lovely fusible. Would you use this for your bags?
I have used it in some of the bags in the new book, actually, Wendy. It's a fantastic, nice and soft, lovely loft, not too stiff, but it will give a nice structure to a bag.
So there we are. That's from the man who's got a bag book out. So he knows. So this is really lovely stuff. So yes, do pop this in your basket. Now remember that there's a £3.95 post and packing charge, but once you've paid it, that's it for the day. So you can continue to buy again and again. So do check out each time. It doesn't cost you more again. I'm going to just show you how big it is. It is just white, obviously. Oh, I'm going to just... So basically it's nearly a metre square. It's 1 metre by 90 centimetres. And a lot of people are multi-buying. Now if you multi-buy, are you getting a bigger piece or lots of pieces? Okay, so they are pre-cut already, so you will get them in this size, which is quite a useful size. And don't forget, of course, you can always join them. You can actually join them very easily with the zigzag stitch, or because it's fusible, you just butt them up and fuse them on. That's iron them on. So very useful to have fusible on one side, so you just press that into place and it just helps keep it there when you're quilting. Now a third is already gone. So people have got these in their basket. Don't forget, this is the first time that we have had these discounted. And I've got some lovely messages here. Glinda said, hi, Wendy. There's so many, I can't go through all of them. Sue Patterson said hi as well. There's lots of people joining us, so thank you for that. And we have got a whole morning of fabulous things for you. Morning message here. Morning, Wendy and crew. Lovely to see Stuart. Got my book. Can't wait to receive it.
Thanks, Marjorie. That's really kind. Thank you. I hope you enjoy it.
So this is something that we're all going to be looking forward to throughout the hour. But firstly, let me just talk about the vouchers. Oh, thank you. Who's that, Mrs.? Oh, is that me or Stuart? I'm sure we both look fab. Thank you very much. We'll take that, won't we? We'll take that as a joint compliment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Let's have a quick look at this voucher book. Now, this is something you will get free of charge if you order today. So this little voucher book, it's probably the last day today because we launched it on Monday. And what you have is a little book of vouchers. Each voucher here is valid on a specific day. So one day here, this is the 3rd of September, 50% off of yarn. This one is free P&P for the 4th and 5th of September. Now each of these pages has a code on it. That's why we're sort of not showing you everything, because obviously you need to use the code and we don't want to be giving them away because they're only for people that buy things today. So a whole little booklet valid for September and October. Free thread set. Free thread sets. 25% off patterns, and that is for a weekend again, 22nd, 23rd of September. So it's worth having. You might not use all the vouchers, but they're free. So you can have them and you can use the ones you want. You can start planning what you're going to buy. Look, and this is a day to buy something. 26th of September, you get a free sewing mug. That's a Sewing Street mug. On the 3rd of October, you can have 10% off everything except sewing machines. So there we are. So a nice little book of vouchers that you can use. This is the first ever voucher booklet that we've done, and it launched on Monday. And everybody that places an order today, so if you're going to order this wadding, you will get your little book of vouchers. It is only one per customer, because obviously we don't want to suddenly give, you wouldn't need multiples of these because you get the same discount regardless. So yes, so do place an order, get your little voucher book. So let's just go through the menu, and then we can get on with Stuart. Stuart, that's a mixture between Stuart and Hillard. So we're starting at 8 o'clock.
I don't care.
With
You can call me
Stuart,
what you like.
and with Stuart, Bags for Life. This is his book launch. This is the first time on TV that this book has been shown. There it is. Ooh. This is the first time. And then we have got, like this, we've got Debbie's Cow Creamer kitchen set. I love the way we don't bother to put her surname. So it's Debbie Shaw. Everybody knows Debbie. So it's her Cow Creamer kitchen set, which is fabulous. Pre-printed panels and a pattern makes it really easy. Sallieann Harrison is in at 10 with baby pinwheel quilts. So we have got lots of lovely charm packs and 10-inch square packs to go with that, and they are beautiful. Really excited at 11 o'clock. We've got Debbie back again with her So Eco-Friendly book. This is her latest book. Has been on before. but we did sell out at that point, so we bought it back. It's some time ago. She's got lots of lovely projects to show, and of course she'll be doing a demo on one of them. But it's more to the book than just projects, I can tell you, so it's worth watching for. And then at 12 o'clock we finish the day with our autumn Moda projects with Sallieann Harrison again, so fabulous Moda fabrics. That's for today. Of course, you can watch in different ways, and obviously you're already watching, but you can watch by going to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. And if you do that, you can also pre-order. So if you go to the website and you look on the watch live, and then you click on the pre-order button, the other hours will be loaded up, but at the moment we've just got the first hour, but they will be loaded up in advance. So that's all we need, isn't it, Stuart? That's
really
all we need. Just
Did you see that price, Wendy? Did you see that price?
Oh, no, I didn't see that price. So we need to look at that price. Now, that's the thing about this book. We're going to go to the book because we have got this book at a fabulous price for you. As I say, this is the first time it's been on TV. And so pretty much anywhere apart, Festival of Quilts, you did launch it, didn't you?
I did like a sneaky preview. I did. I had 2 copies there to show everyone.
Yes.
But it was wonderful to be back at Festival of Quilts. It was so wonderful to see everyone that came.
Now, the price should be 20 quid. Yes. But we have got a special price for you today. It's $15.99. $3.95 post and package, of course, but again, if you buy anything, that is covered throughout the whole day, so virtually post free if you've already bought the fleece. Best of all, they are signed.
They are. So that's going to be my job for the rest of the day. So I'm using my hands and my wrists now while I've still got full use of them.
Just exercise them a bit.
Yes, I'm going to be signing all the books as soon as I get off air. So I'm going to spend the rest of the day doing that. I've got my pack of Sharpies and a comfortable cushion to sit on, and that's going to keep me busy.
It's going to keep you very busy.
And coffee. And cake and lovely sandwiches. That's the minimum I require.
It's what he calls his riders.
So anyway, yeah, that's the book that we've got today.
So come on then. I mean, obviously, I know you. We know each other. But let's say just say there might be some people out there that don't know you. So Stuart Hillard first knew you as a person of note from the Great British Sewing Bee.
Yes, so a lot of people know me from being in the first series of the Great British Sewing Bee.
How many years ago is that now?
Well, we filmed it in 2012. I would say, yes, it was 2012, and it was televised in 2013. So it's a little while ago now. I feel like the Sewing Bee's granddad. But yeah, and when we did that first series, it was very homely, it was very cosy, you know, and it felt quite... I don't know, when I look back on it now, it felt very easy. It didn't feel easy at the time, but it looks quite easy now compared with what the guys have to do on the shows now. But and it was only four episodes, which a lot of people think it was longer.
Yes,
and I think
I did.
I always liken it to Fawlty Towers, which everyone thinks was like went on for years and years and years, and I think there were 12 episodes, and I think the first series of the Sewing Bee is like that too, because it was so significant and so well loved and well received and so important to our sewing community when it came on air. And there was lots of talk at the time about who's going to watch a programme about sewing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You think? And of course we all know what happened then. So I did the first series of the Sewing Bee. But actually I was writing for Popular Patchwork magazine, and I'd been designing and making quilts for fabric companies for many, many years before that, and teaching mostly patchwork and quilting since about 1999.
Well, when you were such a child.
I was, yes, I was. I wasn't actually legal to work, but thank you, doing well, good. And then obviously since the Sewing Bee, things have really snowballed. So I'm now a fabric designer for the Craft Cotton Company. I've been doing that for the last 4 years. I bring out 3 ranges every year. I've written 4 books. This is number 4, Bags for Life, and which feels like a wonderful achievement. This is my lockdown baby, and I'm still carrying the baby weight. But I think you're allowed to carry that until they go to secondary school, aren't you? I don't know. I don't make the rules up. So yeah, and also I write for a lot of magazines now every month, 4 different magazines each month, and yeah, do a lot of TV.
Yes.
I do Kirsty's Handmade Christmas most years. I'm one of the judges for that show on Channel 4, and other bits and bobs.
So we'll keep delving into your past and your
Sure.
history, but I also want to get straight into the book, because that's what we're here for today.
Exactly.
And we're surrounded by samples from the book, aren't we?
We are, yeah. Yes, so the book has 21 projects in it. It might be quite nice just to have a look at some of them maybe. So what I've done is I've created a whole range of different projects, 21 in all. These are the projects from the Great Day In, which of course obviously means crafting. We've got a craft caddy and storage pods, sewing machine cover, project bags. Then shopping, a trip to the market, we've got trolley bags. This is actually from the A Meeting in the City chapter. Got a lovely attaché case there.
I like
Over
that.
the shoulder. A messenger bag, of course, which I love, a messenger bag. I did a version of this actually on the Sewing Bee Christmas special, but made in wool. And then a backpack, really easy to make that. It's
I like
just
that.
rectangles, it's really easy. I'll show you how that's put together. It's dead easy. And then a weekend in the country. But I mean, you've got to be fabulous. So this is using gorgeous Philip Jacobs fabric, Spice Road, I think the range was called. So there's a big weekend bag. There's a makeup roll-up, a toiletry roll-up, but of course that could be used for art materials,
It
couldn't
could
it?
indeed,
It could
yes.
be used for pencil crayons. it
Or
could
if
be
you're
used
going
crochet
to
hooks.
workshops and things, you could put your
Workshops
threads
ideal.
in there, your scissors and things
Yeah.
in there.
Could use it for medication, all sorts of different things. Basically, all the projects are multi-use. This I'm proud of. This is a toiletry bag, zippy pouch. We've all made those. But then the flap opens out and you've got space for makeup brushes and a clear vinyl pocket there as well. But I've also made this for crafting as well.
Yes.
Crochet hooks will go in those. DPNs would go in those. Keep your wool in the bag. Darning needles, stitch markers in the vinyl pocket. So multi-use. Now these are the market bags. So in an effort to stop using plastic, I made myself a bunch of these. They're made of really lightweight sort of gauze, but I put a bit of fabric on just to zhuzh them up. Drawstring top. You could take them to the market or to the supermarket, get your fruit and veg, and you don't need to use those nasty plastic bags. The trifold wallet, which I think we've got euros in
I was
there,
gonna
haven't
say.
we? Somebody had it was back in the day. Do you remember when we used to be able to go on holiday, Wendy? Do you remember those days?
I do remember. You know, I'm doing that very thing next month.
Oh, stop it. I don't want to know. But yeah, this is the trifold wallet here. And oh, so much fun to make. Little popper on it. And then inside, lots and lots of functionality. So loads of space for credit cards, store cards, loyalty cards, all that kind of thing, bus passes maybe. A little poppered pocket there, nice and secure. A zip pocket right here. Plenty of space for stuff in there as well. And then also more pockets here, space for a pen, space for notes in here. So it's all about multi-function.
I love that.
Look, and this is one of 21 projects. So what I wanted to do, Wendy, was to create amazing value. So all of my previous books, Make 100 Quilts, Simple Shapes, they're both 100 quilt patterns. And I didn't want to let my readers down with Bags for Life. So rather than the usual 8, 10, maybe 12 projects, I really rammed this book full, 21 projects. And they're not just variations of each other. They're all really different. Here's my essential shopping bag. So this is a grey, easy shopping bag, single layer of fabric, but it rolls up into a tiny little pouch that you can pop in your pocket.
Is that
in your
that
bag.
one there?
It's this one right here, absolutely, yep. So you've
Look
got it
at
right
that.
here. So that just folds up. I'll pop that down there we go. Yep, and then literally just unfolds and
There's your bag.
There's your shopping bag. And I must mention, this fabric right here, my lovely friend Hillary sent me, I think, 5 meters of this fabric on my birthday last year during lockdown. And I tried to get a bit of it into as many of the projects as I possibly could. I think I managed about 10 projects. There's just a little bit of this fabric in. And then, you know, all these fabrics were bought on the internet or shopping TV or something like that. I mean, yeah, just a real simple bag, overlocked seams inside, so it's nice and light. And then when you want to fold it up, you're literally just going to fold and roll, yeah. And just tuck the handles in. There we go, and then just elastic. Now, I used much thicker elastic than I actually recommend for the pattern. And there's a good reason for it, Wendy.
That's what you had in the cupboard.
That's all I had in stock. It's all I had in stock.
We did. I don't know if you remember, but last year we went through a shortage of elastic.
Because
really everybody was making masks.
Absolutely, and that was a much better use for it at the time, you know.
Yes.
But yeah, so what I'd got, it's about inch wide elastic, and I don't know if you can see, but I've actually folded it in half and then stitched it to make it narrower. Can you see?
But a quarter
So it's
inch wide would
really
be
hard.
fine.
Yes. So obviously in the book I recommended you use much narrower. Now we can go to the shops. Lovely.
Or get it from here, of course.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
I love that. That's really, because I carry those around with me all the time.
Yeah.
As you do nowadays. Even my boys do.
Yeah, I try my
carry
best.
Their bags around.
Yeah, I think I've got the wrong genes for remembering things like that. You know, I don't remember them. But yeah, so there's the shopping bag. Can't tell you how much we stuffed in the bottom of that bag to make the shopping pop out of the top. Obviously,
things you do for photography.
Yes, we drank the wine, we ate the bread for lunch, obviously. I love that about a photo shoot. You know, you get to eat everything that's left.
Oh, but if you go for food photo shoots, you don't want to, because they cover things with like glycerine and all sorts, don't they, to make it look more colourful.
Do. My first book, So Fabulous, was photographed by a food photographer. Amazing guy. He'd done Jamie Oliver's cookbooks. He'd done a whole load of Mary Berry cookbooks. He was terrific. And he had done, in his studio, he had done a whole thing for a large supermarket chain, which for legal reasons I can't name, about bananas for their magazine. And he got loads of stuff left. And a couple of things were quite nice, but most of it was absolutely terrible. He's like, oh, eat some, I need to get rid of it. I was like, oh.
No. So let's read some messages. We've got some messages for you. Are you having them on the screen or on Facebook? On the screen, okay, lovely jubbly. Had to get my copy. Looks like a fab book. Looking forward to making a few bags now. Thank you.
Thanks, Anila.
Is that Anila? Yes.
Anila. Yeah.
It is a lovely book. We're going to actually go through the book in just a second. Welcome, Stuart and Wendy. Going to be a great show, I'm so sure. Love,
oh, thanks,
Lainey. Good morning, Wendy and Stuart. Got my book. Can't wait to get it home. That's really good, isn't it? Thank you.
Thanks, Neve.
Saw Stuart and this book at the FOQ, that's Festival of Quilts. Excellent ideas and different takes on many, many bags. I loved it and ordered it. Good luck, that says Pat. I mean, this is the thing,
Thanks,
you know, there are so many types of bags that you can get. And there are lots of bag books.
Yeah.
But what you've done is you've combined all your sort of favourite ideas.
Yes.
With beautiful fabrics. And of course,
Yes.
the choice of fabrics is entirely up to people.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
obviously love the brights.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. What I started off when I was thinking about writing the book was I started by thinking, okay, why do we need a bag? We could just want one. That's fine too. But why do we need a bag? And I thought about the different times that you would need a bag. And I came up with a bit of a list. And so that list was a trip to the market, going shopping, always need bags for that. A day at the beach. I love a day at the beach, and I'm lucky to live fairly near to the Yorkshire coastline. It's about an hour away, so it's anybody in Britain, isn't it? This I've got to mention now. This is a bag I'm so proud of. This is my tote and towel. Yeah. This just looks like an ordinary tote bag, but there's a zip that runs around the outside, and you unzip it, and it opens out into a massive beach towel.
As shown on the other side there.
And then you've also got net pockets in the main bag itself for things like your flip-flops or your suntan lotion, your book and that kind of thing. I also include the pattern for the little pillow, which is toweling on one side and quilt weight cotton on the other. Gorgeous Macawa fabrics there.
Yes,
lovely
I do
seaside
love Macawa.
range. So you could also make this, of course, with a quilt instead of the towel. So I've used waffle towel and a waterproof backing, but you could also essentially make a quilt or, you know, quilted fabric maybe, and have it as a picnic bag.
Yes.
Pop all your picnic stuff in the tote bag. And then when you get there, just unzip it and away you go.
That is amazing. I love it.
It was so much fun to design. And what I did a few years ago, I was lucky enough, I should have brought it really. A few years ago, I was lucky enough, a lady got in touch who professionally makes knitted dolls of celebrities and, you know, people who are infamous for some reason or another. And she emailed me and said, I've just finished making Ed Sheeran and I've got some auburn wool left. Would you mind if I had a crack at you? So I was like, wow, that would be fantastic. So she made and knitted me about so tall. It's absolutely gorgeous. When I came to design the tote towel, I thought, right, I'm going to make a mini version to work out how to make this. So I made a mini tote and towel for my mini me. So he stands now with this little bag on his shoulder.
Oh, you should have brought him.
I
That would
should
have
have
been
brought
good to
him.
see.
I'll bring him when I come next.
Yes.
I will come back.
I like that. And where do you keep Mini Me?
I keep him on the dresser in my kitchen. I've got like a little collection. Got a collection now of him.
We want to know, has he got a red jumper and a red bow tie?
It's like a pink waistcoat and a bow tie. Yeah. I bet you have found it. Can we see it?
Are we going to be able to show
Maybe
it?
we'll see it.
Right, you guys give it.
But I've got like a little collection now of little me's that various different lovely people have sent to me. I have a peg version of me, which is quite nice.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you like the little painted
yes.
peg. Yeah, got a peg
People
me.
are so talented, aren't they?
Really, it's brilliant. I love it.
I've got a message
Love
here.
it.
This is Morag has said, "Welcome, Stuart. Hinted at husband, so for Christmas. So she's hoping."
Don't be subtle, Morag, which would be my recommendation.
Don't be
No.
subtle with men. They don't get subtlety. You just have to say, "I want that."
Yeah.
Exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or even order it for yourself and then wrap it up and give it to yourself.
So I was just going to say, so we had a day at the beach, a picnic by the lake, because again, basically anything involving food. So we've been to the market to buy food, we've gone to the beach to eat food, and now we're having a picnic by the lake. Okay. This is why I wear patterns now, you know, it kind of hides a multitude.
Oh yes, I keep having to noticing
And then we've
myself. I
got
have to
a
stand
great
up.
afternoon in. I called it a great day in earlier on, Wendy, because basically when I'm in the mood for sewing and crafting, which is all the time, it's a whole day and night. But anyway, I was restricted myself to a great afternoon in, a meeting in the city.
Oh,
but
this is
that
with
could
your
be going
nice
to
bag.
college. That could be, that's the sort of the little convertible rucksack, the attaché bag, the messenger bag. But they're also really good day bags, and just because you want to make them bags.
Yes.
And then a weekend in the country. So that's things like your going away bags, but you've got the essential roll-up bathroom organiser there. You've got the essential toiletry bag, both of which I've made and used for crafting.
Yes.
So there's huge amount of crossover within those chapters. But then also it's about, I hope, okay, so lots of you are going to buy the book, thank you, I hope, and just make the bags as they are in the book. And there's 21 projects, and basically I want you to carry on making those forever and ever. That's why it's called Bags for Life.
What does it work out per project? 76 pence per. That is crazy.
I'm a giver, Wendy.
You're a giver.
Call the police, report me, I'm a giver.
I mean, even honestly and truly, even if you look at the book and you think there's only one pattern I like in there, it's still good value. To get
Yeah.
even one good pattern, that lovely beach, what did you call it?
The tote and towel.
The tote and
Tote and
towel. You have to do the
towel.
accent, don't you?
Oh,
Even
well,
if you went
yeah.
just for that one, it's still worth it. $15.99. I mean, this is amazing.
I mean,
love
this
these. Oh, what's
is
this
the
one?
this is the picnic blanket bag. Okay, so hello, oh hello, gorgeous. Someone said, "Who's that?" I went, "Who do you think it is?" It's me.
It's you. Of course it is.
I think they were thinking there was too much hair at the back, but literally that's why the page
That's why they've
stops
cropped it.
there. Actually, it kind of looks like that if you see the real me,
Yes.
rounder.
Yeah, I can see actually.
No overhead shots. Okay, good. I'm glad we've established that. But so this is it's got like duffel bag straps on the back of the bag, so you can wear it on your back, and then you literally just open it out. So there's a drawstring and tabs around the outside. It's quilt, basically, you know, but a round one for your picnic. Yes, we did eat all of those foods, and yes, I did drink that wine.
I just love
And then
that.
when you've finished, you can just kind of chuck all the empties in the centre, pull the drawstring up on your back, and you're ready to go. But wouldn't this be great for Lego? Wouldn't this be great for, you know, baby toys? Wouldn't this be great for, you know, all sorts of other things?
I'm thinking, because when my boys were little, I used to they had little cars.
Yeah, yeah.
Loved little cars. So I had lots of roads.
Mm-hmm.
So again, just quilting, but
And you can buy
making roads and
fabric
things.
like
You can
that, can't
buy
you? With
fabric
roads
like that.
on and
Yeah.
houses and things. Make this picnic
Just throw them all in the
blanket,
middle.
throw all the cars in, exactly. Pull up the tote and away you go. And also you could make a small version of this. This is really quite large, obviously, it's to picnic on. But if you made a version of this that was, say, dinner plate sized or a little bit bigger than that, dustbin lid size. Do we still have dustbins with lids? Remember those? You could use that for things like makeup. You could use that
Yes.
for probably dinner plate size, dustbin lid size for me.
No, I'd only need it coaster size.
Yeah, no,
'Cause,
me
you know,
too, actually.
Because really,
yeah.
I don't wear makeup at all.
Yeah, I woke up like this. I probably did. But you know, so lots of you will buy the book and just make the 21 projects as they are. Mix up the fabrics, change the fabrics. That will keep you going forever. However, if you're a quilter like me and you like doing piecing and patchwork, why not start making some blocks? You know, for example, let me just grab the attaché. Now I've made this in quite sort of, I wanted to make something that was kind of fit for the city, so kind of grey, but I found this amazing fabric here. When I described it to my mum over the phone and I said, well, it's got palm trees and flamingos and zebras and pineapples on it, but it's really smart. She was like, That's never a good sound when that comes out of my mum's like, right. But I think you get away. It's a bit cheeky. And then, love these magnetic straps. Inside then, you've got another... Do love a deep pocket.
I love a deep pocket. You've got to have pockets on the outside of your bag, you know.
Yeah, and lovely
I love
lining,
those.
of course.
What pretty lining. And it looks like you've kind of got piping on the top of that pocket.
Yes, what I did was when I made this, I deliberately let just the tiniest little bit of the lining show. I say deliberately, Wendy.
Of course you do. No, I do that because
No, I do.
it makes false piping, doesn't it?
Yeah,
And
I
it's
do
just
it a lot
lovely
on bags.
finish.
I do it a
Yeah.
lot on bags, yeah. And especially if you top stitch around the end, it holds everything in place. And then there's also some pockets inside, of course. I won't show you inside because it's full of bubble wrap.
But that's a nice little laptop size, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's perfect size for a laptop or for things like college files, all kinds of different things.
And
What I was going to say was...
Do you say where to get the hardware? Because I notice a lot of your bags have got the hardware on them.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, you do a lot of great hardware here. So online is a fantastic place to buy hardware, metalware for bags. But, you know, really, most bags use D-rings, rectangular rings, strap sliders. That's these things here, if you've never made a bag before, that allow the strap then to adjust so easy to fit. I'll show you how in the book, of course. And that's more or less it. Maybe bag feet, but there's not a lot of metalware that you need for bags. And what I always recommend to people is, if you see stuff you like in a size that you think you might use regularly, buy 10, buy 20.
Yeah.
They're pence usually.
I like magnetic clasps. I buy them bulk, yes.
Yeah, you know, and then you've always got them, because I know you've got fabric. Okay, I know you've got fabric at home. And the other thing that I really recommend that people stock up on, and it's great that we've got the special early bird, because if you see fusible foam in our form, I love. Decaville and Decaville Light, I love. Fly Sallieann fleece, I adore. Buy them in bulk. Stockpile them, have them in stock, and then when you're ready to make a bag, you've got all the bits and bobs that you need, and all you've got to do is look at your fabrics and think, what do I want to make today? But what I was going to say was, Wendy, you know, if you do patchwork and quilting, if you like to do a bit of piecing, I've made sure that loads of the bags are squares, rectangles, nice sizes that we as quilters enjoy using. So what about some flying geese up the side of the bag if you're a piecer? What about on this front, what about having a strip of Seminole patchwork running down the front of the flap? What about doing some applique along this lower band maybe? Lose these, have some magnetic inside, and then you've got this lovely area here that you could applique onto. So that's if you're into patchwork and quilting, you can start adapting the bags and modifying them to make them yours. But then I also hope that many of you will look and say, well, you know what? I really like the way the pockets are done on the Ultimate Knit and Crochet bag. I love these multi-layered pockets that we've got for crochet hooks and scissors and knitting needles and magazines and everything else, clear vinyl pockets. But I want to put those on the shopping tote bag or the trolley bag, because that will be a more useful shape for me. And then you can start mixing and matching across bags, and then we're really cooking with gas. And then you've got hundreds and hundreds of different bags from this one book.
Yes.
So it really is bags for life.
So I've got another comment here. It says, Hilary has said, yay, you finally got Stuart Hillard on Sewing Street. I've just got the book. I want to make everything.
That's Hilary who bought me the fabric for my birthday.
Oh, is it?
Yes, that's
right,
Hilary.
that's Hilary.
Morning, Hilary.
Oh, we've got a similar message here. Good morning, Wendy and Stuart. So glad to see Stuart on Sewing Street. I hope this will not be the last book ordered.
Oh, well, me too.
Oh, I see. I hope it will not be the last book ordered. Yes. No, it won't.
Well, in terms of, I'm going to write more books. Oh, of course I am. Yes, I've already started. Now we've got a special friend to meet.
Oh, goodness.
There I am. There I am.
Oh,
there I am.
So cute.
Well, thank you very much. It was.
Do you wear glasses?
I do wear glasses sometimes, quite a lot.
Right.
Yeah, I do. Now I'm finding, Wendy, that even with my contact lenses in, I have to wear glasses for reading.
I know.
Which is a little bit depressing.
I've now got 3 pairs of glasses. I have got my reading glasses, my computer glasses, and my seeing glasses for distance.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's the lovely knitted me.
Okay. We're going to recap the book price because this is amazing. So this book should be £20. It's brand new to TV, launching today on TV. They're all going to be signed. Stuart, he's got, for the rest of the day,
I'm ready.
He's going to be signing books. As long as we ply him with coffee, he's going to be okay. Now, we did start with thousands of this book, and 1/3 of the stock has already sold out. So congratulations to those that have already bought it. It is a fabulous book. If you buy it today, it will be signed by Stuart himself.
Yes.
Today. So that is a really lovely thing. It's lovely, it's full. And as he's just been saying, not only are there 21 projects, and this price at $15.99 is the lowest price that you can get it at. We have checked.
It is.
It is the lowest price. Now, each project is unique and different. I mean, okay, so bags are bags are bags, but if you look at some of the design features of these and the extra pockets and the way you've folded in them, you've got your back straps on them. And you
this
turn
doesn't
bag
come with a
into
muesli bar, by
Mac.
the way. I
Doesn't
added
come
that
with-
myself.
Or the drinks bottle.
No, the drinks bottle. But actually, I've got that with me here. Look, and there is still there's still a morning bar.
Just in case you get a little peckish while you're
Well,
here.
this stemmed out of. Let me just show you. This stemmed out of going for walks during lockdown, which we all did, didn't we? And of course, Charlie and I can't go anywhere without drinking a snack. I'm like toddlers. So I said, well, I'll design us something to carry our drinks in. So we've got us drinkins, as we say in Yorkshire. We've got us drinkins, and we've got a snap. Yeah.
So you could actually, because I always carry my phone with me.
Yeah.
I don't know why. We always do nowadays,
Gosh,
don't we?
yeah,
You could make the pocket slightly bigger for your phone if you wanted.
Yeah, I
You
reckon.
didn't need a snack.
Well, a phone if you didn't need a snack, said no one ever. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You absolutely could. Or you could put a second pocket
You
on.
could, couldn't you?
Yeah. I mean, it's what I'm disappointed in this bag. I'm disappointed that there's only room for one snack. I mean, come on. But yeah, that came out of necessity, really. You know, we were kind of carrying bottles around in our hands. But I also show you in the book how to multi-size this. So if you want to make it for a different bottle that you've bought,
that's really
then you can. Here's the picnic bag, and I'll show you the picnic bag. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I worked really hard to make sure that all of the bags were different and all offered different skills and, you know, different sort of methodology. So the picnic bag is big, of course. Even for two people, you want a big bag. I also tell you how to make the napkins, of course. They're squares, seamed on all four sides. There, I've given you that pattern for free. You've got, I'll bring it over. You've got obviously space for your cutlery, and you've got pockets here which I've put napkins in. You've got exactly the same on the other side. And then you've also got pockets in here as well, which are for plates. So I made sure that these would fit a nice big plate to take. Because, you know, when I go for my picnics, I still like to take the three-ring circus. I still want the contents of the kitchen with me, even though I'm on a mountainside. And then you've got nice big pockets that are pleated at the sides, so you can get something a bit more bulky in there, like, I don't know, a bottle of wine, or
I was just thinking about
two bottles of
Coke
wine,
or something. You know, one doesn't
a
need
bottle
wine.
of Coke. One doesn't one. And then you can carry, yeah, but also then we've got a lovely reinforced with webbing.
Yes.
Thank you. Mental block there. And again, a strap slider, so you can adjust that bag so that you can wear it crossbody as well. Now, this would also be great, I think, for a hold-all for going away for the weekend as well. It would work really well for that. I think it would work really well as a baby bag too. And what you've got on this one, which is only on this bag, but again, it's a good skill to have, is actually having an open-ended zip so that the whole thing will open up. And look at my lovely, I'm having marshmallows for my picnic. It's marshmallows today. And there's pockets inside as well. But yeah, so that's using a coat zip, an open-ended coat zip, so that you can actually properly get into that whole bag.
I like that. Actually, I like that idea, as you say, for a weekender bag as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So cross-pollinate between the patterns. Think outside the box and adapt and modify and change them up. And also, now that's asking you to make some design choices, which everybody who makes anything is a designer. Everybody. I'm a designer, you're a designer officially, but we're all designers because we choose this fabric, this metalware, this zip. But also, every single pattern, I put what I call a make it yours tip. And so that's 21 of those for the 21 patterns, a way to make it yours. Right here.
This.
Yeah.
Is that your little tip there?
Yeah. So for every single one, there's a make it yours.
Oh, brilliant
So
little tip. Look at this message here
make it
we've got
yours,
from
every
Eileen. I'm not a
lesson.
bag maker normally, but Stuart has inspired me to give it a go. Have bought the book. Lovely to see you on Sewing Street.
Oh, Eileen, thank you. That's really kind. Thank you.
I
Thank
like
you.
that idea again. That
I'm
you.
thrilled to be here. Yeah, I wanted to put that sort of make it yours because I've always done the same with my quilting books. Every single pattern, every single one of the 100 patterns in my quilt books has a tip, a pro tip. You know, I've been sewing and making things since I was like 3 years old, and over the years we all find ways of doing
Yes,
things, don't we? It's
exactly.
not always the official way, often not the official way, but we find a way of doing things, and then it's passing those tips on.
It is. It's
and
absolutely
saying,
right. But what I think is really nice though is like, you know, bag making is something that anybody can have a go. So if you're a dressmaker, you can do bag making.
Yeah.
If you're a quilter, you can do bag making.
Yeah.
If you're a crafter making cushions and teddies and things, you can do bag making because a lot of the skills will transfer from one to the
They
other.
really will. They really will. And if there are parts of bag making that maybe intimidate or scare you, for example, sewing in zips. Here's a tip for you, and Wendy, I'm sure you'll agree. Any of these special skills that you think, okay, I'm fine with everything else, but apart from that bit, get some scrap fabric, sew that zip into scrap fabric and rip it out. Do it again, do it again, do it again. Don't practice on your lovely project because that puts you under pressure. It's the same with quilting a quilt. Don't practice your quilting on a quilt that you've spent weeks, months, years making. Practice on calico, and then when you feel confident, then go to your project. And it's the same with putting in a zip or installing bag feet. I mean, which are really easy. But
I know, but people worry because they
Yeah.
haven't done it before.
yeah,
It's-
you think
it's
I'm pushing a stiletto through my bag that
Yes.
I've just made. Well, don't.
Any technique is easy when you know how.
It really is.
Isn't
It
it?
really is. And I don't do difficult. I don't do difficult. There aren't any difficult skills needed, or complex skills needed for any of my projects. They are all beginner and intermediate friendly. And the only reason why I say even intermediate is because that bag is going to have more processes, is going to take more time, and perhaps has got zips in it or a strap slider. They're just extra skills. They'll take you a little bit longer, they're worth it, you're fine. I write in a way that's like I'm there with you. So if you don't fancy having me with you when you're sewing, don't read the book.
No.
Just make the projects. But most people quite like it.
So, what I want to, I just want to reiterate this price because this price is amazing, and this is the only time that we can have this book. It's exclusive to us at the moment. You know, this is the first time it's been on TV. This is $15.99. It should be £20, so we've already got it discounted. It's not available anywhere else at this price. Every copy that goes out of our building will be signed by the lovely Kay Fassett himself. That's just a joke. We were having a conversation earlier that Stuart often used to get confused with, no, he didn't get confused. People got confused thinking he was Kay Fassett, which he's not. He is his own man and quite a lot younger. But he will sign them. Oh, the shopping trolley bag.
Shopping trolley bags. Oh, let's talk about those. Yeah. Let me go back to the shopping bags, a trip to the market. So the very first project in a trip to the market is the shopping trolley bags. Now, what I wanted to do, there's a funny story about this. What I wanted to do was I wanted to make a set of shopping trolley bags, and there's two great pictures actually. So full-size shopping trolley with 4 bags, 2 slightly smaller ones at the front of the bag and 2 larger ones at the back of the bag. I don't know if you can just see those. There they are. So they're the big shopping trolley bags. And then you fold the upper part down into the bag, and there are outer handles, and you pick those up, and now it fills a small shopping trolley. So it doesn't matter whether you're doing a small shop or a big shop, Do you see? So this part turns into the lining and the handles fold down into the bag, and then there are extra handles on the outside. So again, this could be something that you decide is perfect for taking your stuff to Quilt Club or, you know, Knit and Natter. So you might not want that for a shopping trolley, but you might just like the idea.
So what I want to know, Stuart, is did you go to various supermarkets and try out all these bag sizes? And then if I know that was a little bit,
Yes.
have these people watching you thinking, what
are
is
they
he
doing? Why are they scurrying around? Yes. So the whole book was written and produced during lockdown, of course, when everything was shut, which brought its own challenges and delights, you know. And yeah, when we came to shoot the trolley bags, you know, I thought, oh, we'd probably like get in touch with the supermarket and say, is it all right if we, but we didn't. We just turned up, found a car park and said, oh, there's a corner over there. No one will see us. But of course, we travel with lots of equipment. My photographer, Rachel Whiting, is amazing. It comes with lots of, you know, a computer and tripods and tables and all sorts. So we sort of set up this mini studio in the corner of a supermarket. You can probably tell which supermarket by the colour of the handle. Yes.
At the supermarket. Now, just one serious question.
We didn't get shouted at.
Because it was virtually empty, probably.
Yeah.
If people want to make the bags to sell, what is your angel policy?
Yes, so I always say to people, there's an upper limit of 1,000 bags of any one bag. And that's often put on bag patterns, and it's simply to stop a manufacturer making them in a factory, using a pattern and making it in a factory. So I think probably that means that you know you'll never make 1,000 of any one bag. But if you want to, you can.
That's great, because that is quite useful to know.
Yeah.
Because people might I mean, obviously we can all make it for gifts and things like that, but what I'm thinking is if people wanted to
make and sell,
and sell at a charity fair or
absolutely.
a school fair or something.
Yes,
it's
absolutely.
nice that they can do that.
Talking
feel
of
free
bags
to
that
do
you could
that.
make and sell, which I think would be quite fun and also great for charity and gifting. My lunch bag, again, it's about food, of course. So these are just nice, easy bag, yeah, and it really is literally kind of 2 pieces of fabric. Doesn't look like it, does it? But it's just a front and a back with Velcro. I don't know if you can. Let me just. Can you hear that?
Yes.
Can you hear that crackling sound? So what I've used inside is Thermalan.
Thermalam.
Is it the one with the
You want
metal,
with the silver metal
the silver
on it, don't you?
inside?
Yes, the insulated thing.
Yeah, Insulbright.
Yes.
Insulbright. Yes, thank you. Insulbright I used. Thermalan also I would use.
And we do have Thermalam on a later show today, by the way.
Yeah.
And that is because it retains the heat as
or
well
the
as
cool.
if you use it on mats and things.
Exactly.
It prevents it going through the table. Yes.
Exactly right.
Perfect.
So, you know, so basically lunch goes in, you pop the sides in, and then all you've got to do is roll it down like a brown paper bag, and the Velcro scrunches together. So really fun for picnics, really fun for kids pack lunches for school, or, you know, just popping a few bits and bobs in. You could use that for other things as well, couldn't you? You could use that for toiletries.
You could, absolutely.
So just, again, it's all about cross-pollination. It's all about...
What I want to know, so you've got 21 bags in the book.
Yeah.
How many of those bags involve food?
Well, I think probably all 21 in some way or another. I was probably eating while I made all 21 bags, wasn't I? You know.
I mean, to be honest, they are all multi-use, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got all these different ones here. This one here is, again, a bag with bags, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's the craft caddy. Grab it over, Wendy, have a proper look. So that's the craft caddy. So I'm loose with the definition of what makes a bag. I think this is still a bag. So the pods come out. So they're Decaville light inside, so nice and squishy,
they hold their shape
really well. Yeah, so you could use those separately, or could make those separately. So that's kind of project 22. Just make those, And then you've got the caddy itself, which has loads of good space inside it. And then round the outside, you've got 6 pockets. So there's lovely big pockets.
Oh, you've got big ones on that side.
Yep. And
this
then,
side.
again, 2 big pockets there. And then you've also got 2 pockets, one at either end as well.
Lovely.
So you can pop things like your rotary cutter, scissors, your dressmaking tools. If you're a paper crafter or a crocheter, you could put all your stuff in there. And again, you could adapt this pattern. So on my Ultimate Knit and Crochet bag, which I've got over here, you've got things like pockets for knitting needles that are really deep. You've got shorter pockets down the front for DPNs or circular needles, crochet hooks down here. You could actually add these pockets on the outside of that caddy as well. So you could adapt it. You can mix and match. And of course you can change the size.
Yes.
So that caddy I've made short and wide. I was looking at myself in the mirror when I thought of making that. But you could make that double the depth, couldn't you?
Yes.
And then you've got a much deep. So, for example, if you do things like painting, I'm thinking long brushes that could go in the outside pockets, artist's materials inside, you know, all your linseed oil. I watched Watercolour Painter once, and now I think I know everything about art. Gentle strokes, lads, gentle strokes. So yeah, it's all about adapting. Now we've both got the same bag. I've got the, this is the version I made for toiletries. And so it's got a little clip on the front, and then there we go. So you've got your zippy bag. Now, of course, again, this has got wool in, funnily enough.
Oh,
again, you could just make the zippy bag portion of this and nothing else. So there's Project 23, just a zippy bag. But then you've got this up and over flap. And within that up and over flap, you've got this flap right here, crochet hooks, DPNs, circular needles, makeup brushes, artist brushes.
See, marking pens.
Marking pens.
Quick unpick,
Yeah.
little seam gauge. I'm thinking sewing stuff.
Absolutely. And then it all gets covered over. So especially things which perhaps are a bit pointy or a bit delicate, makeup brushes that you want to protect. And then down here, you've got a zipped vinyl pocket. So I used vinyl quite a lot in the bags, really useful to be able to see what's in there. So again, I might use that for things like stitch markers. I might use that for, you know, thimble threads, things like that, where I need to find a specific colour. And then when everything's inside, you can just fold the bag up and
Put it back together.
clip it, and that's it. It's just a really nice, smart bag. And again, there I used that lovely Philip Jacobs fabric. Really made a feature of that big peony on the front. So loads of different options there.
I love that one.
Makeup roll up.
Yes.
Makeup roll up,
that's a
essential
really lovely
toiletries roll up. So again, a different skill, using a tie for this one. Again, I use the same Philip Jacobs. Let's just turn that around. Isn't that just fabulous?
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
So the tie actually at the top goes through a big D-ring, but then this D-ring is what you're then going to hang it on the back of the bathroom door, on a hook, something like that, or it might be in your sewing room or your art room where you can hang it up next to you. And then inside we've got 3 vinyl pockets. And again, it's all about easy access, being able to see exactly what's in there. You could use a waterproof lining in here if you preferred, or use a regular quilt weight cotton and then use something like Lamifix over the top of that, bonded to it, which will make it wipeable and washable.
So if you want it as a wash bag.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly
yes.
right, exactly right. But I mean, I just love quilt weight cottons because they come in all my favourite
do.
designs and colours.
I use them for dressmaking a lot.
Yeah, they're washable, they're great, you know, they're really inspiring, and you've probably got loads of fat quarters and scraps anyway. So
And
that's
of course,
my little roll up.
I mean, the choices of fabrics are absolutely lovely, but they're they're personal. You can choose whatever you like. I mean, that is the whole thing. I mean, obviously, some people are looking at this, I know, won't love these lovely bright colours that I absolutely adore.
Yeah.
But that's the point, isn't it? You're making your own bags.
Oh,
make them
absolutely.
whatever you want to make them.
Ticking, Tilda, lovely Moda collection, solids. You could patchwork that sewing machine cover, actually. Let's quickly look at the sewing machine cover,
sewing machine
shall
cover,
we?
This is great. It's got a machine in it. So you've got, again, you've got a nice little lock and turn buckle there.
Twisty lock.
And then you open it out.
Yeah. So inside, and Wendy, just before you take it off, can you just pop the handle up? So there's the top of it comes in two. So when you want to carry your sewing machine, basically you can adapt that to any handle.
Yes.
And then carry it
so you can carry it with the cover on. I'm not going to try and lift this on this table.
And then also, Wendy, you've got pockets there.
Yes.
So you've got two really big deep pockets at either end, one at either end.
Yes.
And they're for things like the pedal and the power cord and also the manual.
Yes. Got a big pocket for the
Always
back.
take your manual with you when you go
there's
to
a big
workshops.
pocket. I'm not going to try and turn. Actually, I can lift it off.
That's it.
If I turn that round, it's got a lovely big pocket here. For
massive. So that is for things like if your machine's got a knee lift, if it's got an extension table, or if it's got any other gubbins. Technical term that.
Technical term.
Any other gubbins. And again, I just threw really gorgeous bright fabrics there. Got K Facet on the outside, and that is Kit. Can't remember his surname, Kit somebody, and it was called Garden of Earthly Desires, that fabric range.
That
I
is
just
lovely.
thought it was lovely. Yeah, but you could make that in anything you wanted.
But it's like you're saying also, actually, if you can't get hold of or don't have a lock and turn, you could use a magnetic clasp here.
Yeah,
you could use Velcro, you could use a button.
Yeah, you
don't
could do a
have to
loop and
use
a button.
that, but it is nice to learn how to do those sorts of things, I think.
And it's the only project in the book that uses that twisty lock, but it's throwing in an extra skill.
Yes.
Why not? While I'm writing a book, it seemed rude not to. Now, this little backpack.
Oh, I love this.
So this is my little, very simple backpack. It looks more complicated than it is. On the back, let me just turn that around so you can see. So on the back, you've got a D-ring and a twisty clip there. Okay, so if you unclip that, and then you can see that actually what this bag is a nice flat rectangle. Zip at the top. Oh, available from Sewing Quarter, I believe. Nice craft wadding there. But essentially, it's a great big space inside. So, college bag, workshop bag, just throwing all your bits and bobs in, kind of bag, or a folder or a file. You can also use it, so you can take, all of the straps are detachable apart from this one at the top. So if you wanted to just carry it with a short handle, you can. There's also, you can take both of these off. Okay, so these are all meant to unclip. And then you can clip it together and have it as just a single strap to then wear across your body, kind of like this. So you can have rucksack, carrying your handle, or across your body. So there's all sorts of different ways.
This is what I'm really loving about this whole book. It's taking something that, having a rucksack is not new.
No.
But you've made it different by putting these different bits on it.
Well, we were locked down and I was bored. I had a lot of time on my hands. Well, it's true, actually. I mean, it was basically, the lockdown hadn't started. I'd been commissioned to write the book and I was just about to start it. And I was sort of wailing to Charlie one day and I said to him, why can't everything just be cancelled? And I could just write a book. Wouldn't that be lovely, just to write a book? And then everything got cancelled.
So we can blame you for
can
the whole
blame
thing.
me for everything.
Now, we do need to wrap up now because we have got to move on. The early bird offer is sold out, I'm afraid. I put that to one side. We have had loads and loads of questions. So one of them being, can you come back and demo?
Oh, yes, of course, of course.
Yes,
There's just such a lot to go through in this book. I wanted to show you everything while I was here.
Well, I don't think we went through
We
everything.
didn't go through
but
everything.
I just love them all. The designs are absolutely gorgeous. You get 21 designs for £15.99p. It's not on general release until the 2nd of September. So this is new to us, new to everybody. Every single copy will be signed. Poor Stuart. I can just see him at the end of today. We did start with thousands, so he's going to be busy. His little stumps are going to have little stumps left instead of fingers when you finish. We do need to wrap up though and move on. So thank you.
Been an absolute pleasure.
Oh yes, we're going to see a lot more of Stuart because he is going to be doing some presenting next month.
I am. I'm really excited to be on the other side of the veil, on the dark
You
side.
moved to the dark side.
Yes, yes. Hearing that little voice in my ear, and but also I'm really excited to meet all the lovely sewing guests that you get to enjoy on Sewing Street.
It is. It's lovely.
Really looking forward to working with all of them.
It is lovely. It really is. So thank you very, very much.
It's been my absolute pleasure.
And please
Been a
enjoy
pleasure.
your signing.
I will.
So we are just going to go into a break, and then when we are back, I will be here with Debbie Shaw. See you.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking. But I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I always just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened, take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, slowly. And I would also say the iron is your friend. use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
So welcome back. I'm now joined by Debbie Shaw. I have got a whole day of it today. It's absolutely fabulous, it really is. But before we get on to Debbie's makes, let's have a quick look at the voucher book again. So everybody who places an order today, it's everybody, will get this free book of vouchers. Now these vouchers have over £150 worth of savings, and there are different vouchers for different days in the months of September and October. Different things to offer for you. So the first one is on the 3rd of September, you can have 50% off of yarn. Then the weekend, 4th and 5th, free post and packing for the weekend. Now each page has a special code which I am carefully covering so you can't see it because you need that code in order to make use of it. It is while stocks last, so this is probably the last day that this little book of vouchers will be sent out, and they are free. You don't have to use them, but if you want to, you can. You can look through the book and you can see which days it's worth having. £5 off if you spent more than £20 on the, I can't see whether that's the 6th or the 8th of September, but you'll see it when you get the book. 20% off online, a free thread set if you buy a sewing machine, 25% off patterns for that weekend. So that's a really good deal. So there's something here. I love this one actually, because I love these Sewing Street mugs. They're my favourite shape of mug. Not that I've got one here, but still. Free Sewing Street mug when you buy anything over £25, and that's on the 26th of, you'll see it when you get it. So there's anything, if you shop today, so this is on the 28th. So this is anything you shop online today, you will get this little book of vouchers which you can use throughout September and October, and it is free of charge. So something for you there. I'm sure, even if you don't want to use the vouchers every single time, I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities there to get a little bargain or two. So now let's look at what we have here. I am joined by a series of little cows. Look at these.
How very dare you?
What made you start collecting? No, I did say these were little cows. I'm not referring to you as a little cow. I was going to say I'd say a big cow, but that makes it even worse. So I won't say that either. This is how we start the day.
Called worse.
No, I would never say that about you. What made you start collecting your little cows?
Do you know, it was this one actually. This was my mum's, and it was her grandma's before her. And I don't know the exact story, but it was very precious to her grandma. And when my mum used to go around and visit, she was allowed to clean it if she was very careful, because they did housework and things. So that was passed down to me. This must be, well, my mum would be coming up for 100. She was born in 22, so it would have been her I don't know.
Could be 200 or 300, maybe.
I think we're talking cavemen. Yeah, it's really old. So she gave it to me, and then I saw another one in an antique shop, and then somebody bought me one for a birthday or Christmas, and you just build up a collection like this. So I have them all hanging in my kitchen. I've got a beam above the kitchen window, and they're all hanging in rows there. But I love them. I just think they're so characterful.
You didn't say that before when I was putting it on the shelf. I'd have been a bit nervous about touching
Oh, it's
it.
already got a broken tail, and it looks like it's been stuck together with Evo stick or something. It's very worn and everything, but yeah,
It's a treasured piece, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So that's what encouraged you to design things with creamer cows on them.
Well, to me, they're kitchen, because they're in my kitchen.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're absolutely gorgeous as well, and I do really love the designs. And what I like about this particular set of projects is you get the fabric panel, and it's all done for you. So this is what you're getting in the pattern. You're getting a tea cosy, a oven glove. Well, it's actually a double one, isn't it?
Yes.
It's an oven glove, and a pot holder. So that's what you're getting in the kit. All in the one panel, and of course the instructions here on how to make it. All step by step, clearly illustrated as we come to expect. Beautiful photography. Do you know a good photographer?
I do actually.
Do you?
It was so good. I married him.
I was going to say, don't you live with him? I mean, you know. Things you have to do to get a good photographer. You actually have to marry them. I've got the pink panel here. Sorry, it's going to be a silly day, isn't it? I've got the pink. This is a huge, huge panel, which I'm probably now going to hold upside down, am I? Or was that up? Look, you can't even begin to see it. Well, let me put it on the table in front. That's how big it is, look. Or you're going to hold the other side, thank you. So it's got the panel to make everything here. And what I really like about this is you've got the bias binding, but it has been printed on the bias, so you haven't got to work that out. You just have to cut it out. That's all you need to do. And you've got a few little extra bits and bobs. So you've got some of these. This is one of your actual ones, isn't it? So this is here.
It is.
But you could use that as an applique on something else.
So if you're making an apron, maybe, if you've got some pink or grey fabric for this one, and make it match with the applique.
Now, the other thing that you said, which I liked, I thought was a really good idea, is what you have on this panel is you have the different pieces. So you've got your pot holder pieces, or you've got your oven mitts, but you've also got the lining.
Yes.
But the linings are beautiful. So actually, if you wanted to, you could get double whammy out of this by using your own linings, because you can't see the linings necessarily. I mean, some things you can, but certainly the tea cosy you can't.
No.
So you could use the lining as another one.
Yes. You need some more bias binding as well.
Yes.
There's plenty enough, obviously, on the panel for what you're making, but you will need more if you do more. So, for instance, with the oven mitt, you could make two. So you could have a gingham one with cow handles, maybe, and then use the floral with the cows and your own backing fabric, and you've got two sets.
Yes.
So one for you and one for a gift, I'm thinking.
I think that's a really good idea. So really getting done with whammy for this. The design is beautiful as well. I love the pattern work on the design. So this is literally from the cow, isn't it?
Taken from the cow.
That's the cow, look. So there's the cow and there's the pattern. I'm going to be careful with this in case you tell me this one's really old as well.
That's not an old one.
They are. I mean, do they make these anymore, these cow creamers?
I haven't seen them kind of as fancy as these. You can get just plain white ones.
Yes,
but
which these are so beautiful,
quite
aren't
difficult
they?
to find. Never actually used them. I mean, the idea is, if
No.
you weren't sure what a cow creamer is, that you put cream or milk in there, and it's a jug, basically.
Yes.
But no, I've never actually used
I
any
think,
of
to
them.
be honest with you, I think it would be very difficult to clean because it's got holes into the legs as well.
Yeah, it's probably
Imagine
very dusty
trying
down
to-
there as well.
You'd have
Do
to-
you know what I found? Which one was that?
Oh,
No, it's not broken. I've got coins in here that were my mother's.
oh my goodness.
So I didn't realise they were there until this morning. I've got silver threepenny bits. I've got a threepenny bit. You wouldn't remember those,
I
Wendy?
do, sadly. I do remember those.
And is that a sixpence? Yeah, so we've got sixpence, silver threepenny bits, and a threepenny bit in there. There's loads of those.
Okay, Hannah, we don't need to know you've never seen these before.
This was our currency in the 1800s, you know. The silver threepenny bit was quite a story as well. My mum used to collect them, and she had so many of them, she thought she'd put them in the bank for safekeeping, not realising that she wouldn't be able to draw out exactly those coins again. So when they stopped making them, she lost them all.
Oh.
She thought that they'd put her money into a
Into a little
safe
safe
and it'd
somewhere.
stay there, and it would be that very same money that she drew back out again. So, but she had some made into bracelets for me and my sister when we were little.
Yes, I remember people did, didn't they?
Yeah.
When they went out of currency, people made things out of them.
Yeah.
So this is one colourway, this is the pink colourway. So I'll just say it's £28.99, and for that you get the lovely piece of fabric, and you also get the instructions, of course. The other colourway, if you're not a pink baby, is this lovely sort of sage green. So all the same designs on it.
So I've got different cows on that
Oh,
one.
we've got different cows on this one. Oh, this one. So again, the cows on here are the same cow as one of Debbie's jugs. Thank you.
Now that one's not actually a jug. I just bought it because I thought it had got the silliest face.
It really has a
looks-
lovely face.
it's
Can
almost-
you see that face? Look at that.
It's quite aloof, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's almost like, oh, I'm better than that.
Yeah. It reminds
But
me
you've
of,
got the jug on here, and you've got this is it. So it's all really sort of a personal design.
Yeah.
So you've got a little bit of Debbie in your kitchen. This is what you do to get it. I love that one as well. I'm going to give it back to you because I don't want to be responsible for your beautiful jugs. So again, you've got the panels, and as we were saying, so you can use it exactly like this, and then you'll make one pot holder, one set of oven gloves, and one tea cosy, or you can be a little bit astute here, and you can actually use them. You can use the shape to make the pattern with your other fabric, can't you? So use that as a pattern, and then you can mix and match and make two sets, and one for you and one for somebody else. You will have to make more binding if you do that, because this binding is enough for one set. But it is cut on the bias, which means you haven't got to worry about it. And it is quite important to have your bias binding cut on the bias, particularly when you're going to go round shapes. Otherwise you get nasty sort of folds. So it's really, really good. And you haven't got to worry about it. Because people often say, what is the bias? How do I get the bias? And
I tell you what would be a nice idea though, if you've got some fabric that might, I mean white would be absolutely fine, to cut the bias up and make like a scrappy binding, so you've got a bit of your fabric and a bit of the
yes,
the binding.
so you could do that, couldn't you? So you could use it for both sets of projects. Now we also do have the thermolam, which Debbie has got there. Now the thermolam is, just we were talking earlier on to Stuart, it is a wadding, sort of interface and wadding, which you use when you want to retain heat or protect surfaces from heat. So this is why we've got that, and this is really useful obviously for the pot holder, for the oven gloves, and for the tea cosy.
I tell you what's nice with this as well, a lot of the thermal fleeces have like a silver colour through,
Yes.
so you can't put them in the microwave. So if you're making bowls for the microwave or something, that's the one that you need to use.
Yes, use that one instead.
Yeah.
Now, with you, when you're doing it with pot holder, do you do like 2 or 3 layers of it?
I haven't with this one, but I would recommend that you did. Depends what you're going to use it for. Maybe
Yes.
1 layer in your tea cosy and 2 layers in your oven gloves and your pot holders.
You just so Hannah's saying you don't actually use these. You're going to make them and then you hang them in your kitchen, and they're just pretty to people to come. Oh, how lovely! And then you get your scrappy ones out.
For best. My mother used to say, we're saving those for best.
Now, talking about the fact that you could actually make others, we have 2 other panels. That these are just being sold separately as panels. So this is the green. So again, I'm just going to move these patterns out of the way, otherwise they keep. Now, you said you've already made an apron out of this one, haven't you?
Yes, I thought with the smaller cow print on the left-hand side.
This bit here.
Yeah. It's deliberately printed long and slim because I thought an apron would be nice. So you've got enough
Yes,
there
so
to
you
make
could actually have that
a full-size
as an
apron.
full-size
Yeah.
apron, couldn't
Oh,
you?
and then maybe one of the big cows as a pocket on the front.
And then you could put, yes, one of the big cows as a pocket. So again, you've got your jugs. You've got your cow creamers. I'm keeping my jugs away at the moment. So you've got your cow creamers here, which you can use as pockets. But also, I was thinking what you could do is you could make placemats. So each placemat can be that, and then you can use these fabrics here as borders going around. So you've got your apron and then you've got placemats or something.
Yeah.
Or cushions for your kitchen chairs.
I've seen them used as a pelmet
Yes.
in the window for a blind.
You said that all these were used like across the top. That would be nice as
yeah.
well in your kitchen.
So, you know, if you're coordinating your kitchen, I think it's quite nice, isn't it? And particularly if you want to revamp it, you don't want to redecorate.
Yes, absolutely.
Then you can transform a room just by adding a bit of
Just
colour
adding
to it.
some different furnishings. Obviously seat covers and cushions. So that's the jade green or the sage green one. But we also, and that is $19.99 just for the panel. And then we also have the same idea, but this time in the pinks. So that's, I'll just put it up this way. That's the cow. So this time we've got. So have you got all of these? Oh, that's that one up there. That's that one.
That one, again, it's not actually a jug. It reminds me of the wooden tops somehow. If there was a cow, no, there isn't. If there was a cow in the wooden tops, it'd look like that.
I know. Do you remember?
Or Ermintrude. The spottiest dog you ever did see. You've no idea, have you? No idea.
We really are showing our age. I always remember the wooden tops because that's how they walk.
And baby wooden top shuffled on its bottom.
Then we get into the what was the other one? Bill and Ben, the flower pot men.
Oh, a little weed.
Yes, little weed. Sorry, going off track here. So yes,
That was good TV in those days,
it
wasn't it?
was proper stuff. So we've got this little cow here, and it's on here too. And then we've got the other one that's there. So it really is sort of very personally designed. And again, you've got the panel that you could use as an apron. It's entirely up to you what you do with it. And then we have the little squares with the particular ones on here. These are really beautiful.
Nice, kitchen seat covers, wouldn't it? Because it's really strong fabric as
It
well.
is. It's a really nice strong cotton, isn't it? It is a nice fabric, and they would. And of course we have the plains in these different colours on the website. So you have this on the front, and then you have the plain on the back, and then use these to just make the cushions bigger. So you can use these as borders. Hazel has said, Debbie, hope all goes well today at Sewing Street. Prep done, I hope a true professional.
I can't see that at all, I can't help you. I should have had the optician put Eleanor on my lenses, shouldn't I?
You know that saying that when you work out which, because I don't know my left from my right, and they always say, oh yes, it's easy because left is that.
Yes.
Yeah, but you know what? So's that. And I'm that cack-handed, that's what I would do. So just, it doesn't help me. I have to say that side or that side if I want to tell anybody where to go. Anyway.
Oh, and then there's the added confusion of camera left and camera right.
Oh, yes.
Which isn't your left and right.
Yes, I can't get those right at all. I've got no chance. So this is the lovely panel. This is the panel, the pink one, $19.99 for this panel, which goes beautifully, of course, with the one that comes with the pattern. So you could actually sort of mix and match these really, really nicely and expand on what you're making. Let's do a demo.
Do a bit of sewing, shall we?
Do a bit of sewing, yes.
These are actually rather quick projects, unless you're going to quilt them. That'd be quite nice. I shan't do that, but I was going to make up the oven mitt because that's going to take ages. But the tea cosy and the little pot holder I made in the hour before when you were watching Stuart. So they really are quick. Don't look too closely at my binding. I normally hand sew.
Oh, do you? But you know, I use a adjustable bias binding foot.
Do you?
And it's fabulous because it stitches top and bottom at the same time.
Does it go around curves all right then?
Yes.
Does it?
Yes, absolutely fabulous.
I'll have to
You just have to make sure you adjust it so that the binding is kept in place.
Yeah.
And you feed the fabric in between the layers of binding because the binding sort of sits like that. And you put the fabric in and it just stitches perfectly. So yes. But look at that. Oh, that's so lovely. And you did that just now.
Yes, and I just mentioned the shape with it as well. It's curved around the bottom so that it actually sits on your worktop or on your table.
Yes.
Because if it was straight across the bottom, it'd lift up. So
Yeah.
that was a deliberate ploy just to make it a little bit curved so it sits nicer.
It does. I like that. And then this is just a little pot holder.
Yep. Yeah, that on the instructions, that should have had a little tab on it to hang it up as well, but I forgot.
You did both in an hour.
I did.
So
Oh,
we
less-
will let
less
you
than
get
that.
off
Thank you.
with that.
Okay, well, I've cut these out already, because you don't want to sit and watch me do that, do you? So that's the back, and then we've got the 2 cows as the pockets. They don't have names, actually. You could have some quite funny names with these. And then this is the lining of the pocket. So that's another piece that if you wanted to use that for something else, then you could do. The little hearts at the back here was actually made with a lining of one of the linings from the tea cosy and one of the linings from the oven gloves, because you don't see that. And then that goes on the back or goes on the top, or wherever you want it. I've cut out the bias binding. Now this is 2-inch wide strips of fabric, so if you've got a 1-inch bias binding maker, then just join them all together and put it through the maker. Otherwise, you're going to fold the long sides to the centre and press, and then if you're going to machine sew, then I'd press that again in half. I will machine sew this one because we'll be here all day. And I've got the thermolam, so I'm going to put that on first of all. And it looks like it's the right length of this as well. I'm only going to use 1 layer. And it actually clings quite well.
It does, doesn't it? So you don't even really have to pin it, do you? You can
No, I'm going to give it a squirt anyway of 505. I use so much of this. Always away from your sewing machine, of course, and in a well-ventilated area. And pop that on there.
As we all start getting high on the fumes.
Well, that's a bonus. And then cut. Don't worry about using 505 on something that's going to go in the oven or you're going to get into contact with heat, because it does disappear after a few hours because it's only a temporary basting spray. So let's cut around this. And then we'll put the backing on. So it's quick. And I would use a couple of layers if you're going to use these as oven gloves. If, like Hayley, you're just going to have them for decoration, then just use one. So snip around there. I'd normally use my rotary cutter for this, but scissors were handier.
Oh, Hayley was just showing me a rotary cutter that we have here. It's a horn one, and it's super. I don't know what size you'd even call it. Do you know what size that is, Hayley? But it's super huge. It really is. It's because I've got one that's a AO or whatever, but this is double that
is it
size.
the grey one?
Yes.
Oh, you had that at Sewing Quarter. And after the Sewing Quarter went and you couldn't get hold of anything anymore, I tried to buy one online, and they were a fortune.
Yes.
A lot more than you got them for here. But
So
yeah,
I think,
they're
I mean,
nice.
because you don't really, I don't use a cutting mat and rotary cutter for dressmaking, because obviously I'm cutting out big pieces and I don't have one. But I thought if I had one that big, I could.
Yes, yeah.
You know, you could do it. Otherwise, obviously, you're potentially cutting through your table, which is not a good idea.
Well, I'm glad you've got those in. Right, I feel a shopping spree coming on, Wendy. I need to put the thermolam on the mitt ends as well. So let's just pop this on here.
So effectively, you are having 2 layers then, aren't you?
Yes, I suppose you are, aren't you?
Yeah. So it's
Let's pop it on there. But as many as you think you need.
seriously, if I were using these and not just having them for decoration, I would use 2 layers.
Yeah, I think I would.
'Cause the last thing you need is to get something out of the oven and drop it because it's too hot.
So we can stop using tea towels to do that now.
Yes.
I just think it's nice to have coordinating things like this. I mean, if you go to the panel
definitely.
as well, you could be making mug hugs and mug rugs and cosies for your cafetières and covers for your Kenwoods.
Well, that takes. Do you know I used to be a Kenwood hand model?
Did you?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I used to be that hand that you saw holding the Kenwood mixer, holding the bit. And
How'd you get into that?
well, I'd like to say it was because, you know, I was spotted on the high street one day and someone said, "My goodness, look at your fabulous hands." But I just knew the photographer.
You were discovered.
A bit like, you know, your photographer, but it wasn't quite the same. But yes, he just sort of said, "Would you come down and do this?" And that's the back of the thing. But you know, what I had to do all the time is you have to like shake your hands like this to get the blood running down.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you put your hands down on something and the studio lights and things would make your veins stick out. So you had to be very quick. So I had to be able to sort of shake them off, down, shot, shake them off, down. And of course I always had to have really nice nails. So there we are.
You've still got the pictures?
Oh no, never know. I had nice hands. I mean, my hands are all right, but they're older. They're just older. Don't know how that happened. How did my hands get old?
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it. My hands are turning into witches' hands. I do this every time, don't I? I don't move anywhere. I haven't done anything, and I've lost a piece.
Have you lost a piece of your...
I've lost one of those.
Or is it just dropped on the floor? No?
No. I may have another. Anyway, we should carry on regardless. So before we start putting that together, if you're going to quilt it, you're going to quilt it at this point. So all I would do would be to do diagonal lines in each direction, because I think a bit of cross-hatching would look very nice. If you want to do some free motion embroidery, you could go around the cows if you wanted to. Maybe on the larger one, on the pocket, that would be nice, just to give it an extra little bit of detail. But we shan't do that for now. I'm just going to put the bias binding around the end of the pockets. So what I normally do, I'd open this up, machine sew the first side, fold it over to the back and then hand sew it. And I know it's quite time consuming, particularly when you're going around the larger part of the mitt, but for me, I'm a lot neater when I'm hand sewing than I am if I'm machining, but I must try your foot. So with the pocket it's not too important because you're not going to see on the inside, but with this section you will see both sides, so I would hand sew that.
Well, it's nice to have something to sit and do when you're watching Crash TV, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I can't sit still without doing something. I've been smocking lately.
Have you?
Yes.
Seems to be very popular, smocking, at the moment.
Good, I'm writing a book.
Are you? I remember in one of your books you've got, it's like big smocking, like almost like big pockets in a cushion.
Yeah, the Canadian smocking.
Yes, I love that.
I
think that's really lovely.
Oh, lovely. That's one book sold.
I do have a lot of your books.
So two ways of doing it. You can either sew on first, as I said previously, in which case I would do it from the wrong side and then fold the binding over to the right side and then top stitch from the right side. Or if you're confident enough, you can just fold it in half and stitch them both together, which is what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to just press that in half, so it's going to make it easier to pop it on. So does that come off there?
So this is when doing that, I would be using the adjustable bias binding foot, but you can just use your regular foot. It's just a little bit more tricky. If you use your bias binding foot, of course, it makes it easier. But Hannah was just asking, Hayley was just asking me.
I'm going to get one of those. I think that sounds like a jolly good idea. So again, let's wrap this around there. If you wanted to, you can pin it, you can clip it, or you could use a glue stick to hold it in place, but we're just going to go for it. And again, I'm sewing from the top side so I can see where I'm going, so hopefully the stitches will be nice and neat. So just keep wrapping that around. Now, walking foot might be a good idea when you start to sew all of these layers together. I wouldn't rush out and buy one if you haven't got one already just for this, but that can help with lots of layers, just to keep them all going under the needle at the same pace. That will do. And snip off the ends. And I'm just going to make a little loop to hang it with as well. So that'll be in the instructions, how long to cut it and everything. So literally that's a piece of the bias binding. I'm going to fold it in half and then just sew down one side. Like so. So again, if you're not quilting, it's actually a very quick project. And yes, you can sell them if you want to.
Oh yes, we were asking Stuart that, because I know that's, again, your sort of philosophy, isn't it? You're quite happy for people to do that.
Yes.
Which is good, because I think, you know, a lot of people do make for charity shows and craft shows and things like that. But as you say, as Stuart says, this is not an opportunity to steal your design. This is what you're saying is if you're a home dressmaker and you want to make it to sell, it's fine.
Yes.
But I would also say, but make sure you credit the originator, the designer.
That would be nice.
I think you should always do that.
I mean, there are some labels on the panel, so if you wanted to...
Yes.
I can't remember what it says. It's designed by Debbie Shaw, but there's space to write your name as well. You might even get a bit more for it. You never know. Might not sell it at all, but you know. Don't know till you try.
Oh God, I don't want that one.
Not her.
I think you do. Yes, it does. So what it has, it's got this little label here. I don't know if we can see this little label. The little label just here, and it's got sort of Debbie Shaw. Is that your logo, or is it just your signature? That's your logo. So a little Debbie Shaw logo, and then underneath, handmade with love by. And so you can hand embroider, or you could machine from an alphabet if you've got an alphabet, or even write with a permanent marker pen. And you can have that on the back of your project or on the inside. It's not on my bottom, this message. Morning, Wendy and Debbie.
Honestly, Wendy, with your jugs in your bottom today.
There was a cow in the wooden tops named Buttercup. Of course there was.
What was
Buttercup.
What was Ermintrude then? I thought Ermintrude was the cow.
Wasn't Ermintrude in the Magic Roundabout?
Oh, yes. I'm getting my wooden puppets mixed up. I don't remember Buttercup.
Time for Bed, do you remember that? Zippity.
In
Magic Roundabout.
Yes.
Yes, the wooden tops were black and white. That was back in the day when TV was black and white, okay?
Andy Pandy in black and white.
Andy Pandy.
Was I talking to you about Torchy the battery boy last time we were here?
No.
Do you remember Torchy?
No.
Do you know, have a look on YouTube for Torchy the battery boy. Scary, I wouldn't let my kids watch it now. This evil little thing with a torch on its head and a doll that looks like it's come out of a grave. It's so, yeah, have a look.
Mind you,
My mum used to let me watch that when I was younger.
if you look at, Tom and Jerry used to be the cartoon, didn't
Yes,
it?
yeah.
And if you watch Tom and Jerry and the violence in those, it's absolutely incredible. I'm sure it wouldn't be allowed nowadays.
I've got a noddy book, an original Enid Blyton noddy book. And
yes?
in one story, he was mugged. They took all his clothes off him and ran away. They dragged him out the car, they mugged him and ran off.
My goodness.
I know.
These are all firm life lessons back in those days.
You found Torchy. Yeah, I know. It explains a lot, doesn't it, when people of mine and Wendy's age are growing up.
Oh, so good morning. We all want to do this. So Matt says, please wish my mum a happy 60th. Happy 60th,
Happy 60th.
Matt's mum. I'm sure we haven't got your name. Join the club. Get free prescriptions.
I didn't know that.
No, I didn't until I found out. Yes. Oh, what's Linda said? Hi, Debbie and Wendy. I've made the creamer kitchen set just for show.
Oh.
Easy to follow instructions. Lovely material. That's Lynn.
Thank you.
Lynn. I love that, having one set for show. I think that probably works better when it's on the top as opposed to have to keep going under the table for it. Where do you keep your wine? Under the table?
We were promised so much when we moved to this studio, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, gym, swimming pool, cafe, gin bar. All
Who
of
on
that.
earth promised you that? Somebody who left.
Oh, there is a gin bar. I thought it was just Wendy had it under the table.
Yeah, that's right. I've got a bottle under the table here. Look. It's nothing to do with me, I hasten to add, and it's not gin, but you know.
She says, looks like clear liquid to me. It could be anything.
I've just got into ginless gin.
Oh, I like that. The Gordon's one I like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, this wasn't a Gordon's one. It was enough. So other makes are available. I was with some friends on Sunday and went round to their fabulous garden. But I was driving.
Yeah.
But she has ginless gin. I mean, it's not ginless gin, is it? It's just alcohol-free.
Yes.
But I couldn't tell the difference, and it made me feel like I was having a lovely drink in the
Yeah.
afternoon sunshine. So yeah, I went to that. I like that.
And
Don't
no
get a
wobbly driving
hangover.
afterwards. I could tell you what I'm doing, couldn't I?
You could.
I'm just sewing away and chatting about pastimes. I've actually used another one of the pockets there. These are going to go over the edge, like so. And then the bias binding goes all the way around, and that's it. That's as simple as it is. So an ideal project for a beginner. If you're learning how to sew, I'm just going to tack around the edge, or just to hold that in place before I put the binding on. There we go. So if you want a quick project, if you are making things to sell, then it's quite nice to have something quick, because we don't tend to charge for our time, do we?
Not the amount of time it takes, no.
No. So it's not actually taking up very much time. You don't need to go out and buy any other materials for it, because everything's there on the panel. But if you are new to sewing, I think it's nice to be able to make something that you can use, or that you can gift, or something that you're proud of.
I love the way that the fabric pattern is all printed on the fabric.
Yes.
Because you haven't got to cut the pattern out, then lay it on the fabric, then cut the fabric out. That's all done for you, and you know it's going to fit. You know you're going to cut the right size because it's there.
Yes.
It's all printed. So it's absolutely fabulous for a beginner. But as you say, for quick projects, what a lovely Christmas set.
Yeah.
I know it's not Christmassy, but you know, you don't necessarily want something that's just for Christmas. It's for life, remember? Not just for Christmas.
This cows on just for Christmas.
Yes, your cows just not for Christmas, really.
And it would be a good idea to make a template before you start sewing them together. So if you do have some Christmas fabric, you could always make another set.
That's true.
Shouldn't say that, should I,
You shouldn't,
really?
should you? Because you're
There we go.
not selling the next panel. But yes, you could indeed do that.
All right, just pop that on the other end and do the same. Oops.
And if I were making it to use, I would do the quilting that you said earlier about doing. And I like the
I
cross
would.
patch. I think it's
Yeah.
lovely and simple.
Yeah.
Simple to do.
And it would help as well. You've got quite a large area of fabric that isn't sewn together, so it helps to keep everything in place
Yes,
as
exactly,
well.
particularly if you're going to launder.
Yes, yeah. Which you would do with something like this, so that's important. And again, just sew right around the edge. But there's no particular skill needed with this either. You don't need to rush out and buy an expensive sewing machine or extra feet or needles that are different from the universal ones you've already got. So it is a great beginner project. Or if you've got something on the go that's quite time consuming and you just want to make something quick. But if you buy fabric, then of course you don't get, unless you've got a big print that you can fussy cut, you wouldn't get.
No, and then you'd have to
fabric's
applique it
praised.
on anyway.
Yes, yeah.
But I think that what is particularly nice about these pre-printed panels is they are exactly perfectly placed.
Yeah.
You haven't got to do that. You don't have to do any applique on it. You could just leave it like that. Or you could, as you say, do some free motioning around it. You can make this as sort of more complicated if you wish to.
Yes.
Can't you? But you can keep it lovely and simple.
Or just keep it like that. Right, now with the binding on this one, I'm going to apply it to the back and then fold it over and sew it to the front. So I'm going to fold the end over to make that neat, and I'm going to have the seam just at the side of the loop there because it's going to be less noticeable. So just fold the end over, line up the edges together.
Because I know you did it just now. You made the loop out of a bit of the bias binding.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I've just sewn that facing inwards within the seam allowance.
Yes.
In the centre there. So let's line this up. I don't tend to pin with bias binding. I think by the time you've pinned, you could have sewn it all.
I find sometimes because it's bias, it's a little stretchy. It can also stretch out of your pin
Yes.
area. So then you
Yeah.
sort of, so yes, like you, I just start with a little bit and off I go.
Right, so I'm just sewing in the first crease. Oh, over you go. And you may need to lengthen your stitch a little bit when you've got lots of layers of fabric like this, because it tends to cause a little bit of kind of friction underneath the foot, so your stitches will look smaller. And I need to trim that down a little bit afterwards. So it's moved a little bit.
Whilst you're doing that, Debbie, let's have a quick recap of the colours that we have here. So we have the pink one, this is the one that Debbie's sewing with now. So it's a pre-printed panel, which is absolutely enormous. And it has all the pieces you need on here, pre-printed, including, so this is just part of the panel here. So this is the lining for the tea cosy. And this is the outside and the inside of your oven gloves, which is what Debbie's working on right now. And these are the pockets. And then this is the outside of the tea cozy. So everything is here, including the bias binding, which has been printed on the bias. So when you cut it out, it is already biased, which means it has more stretch in it, which means it will go around the curves smoothly and easily. You've also got a few extra little bits on here just to use up the panel. So if you wanted to do something with a plique on, you've got a sort of little cow. There's a couple of cows on here. There's some little labels if you wanted to add your own label if it's a personal gift. And as we were saying earlier, as Debbie said earlier, actually, you can get a little cheeky with this because some of these pieces are for the lining, so you won't necessarily see them. So what you could actually do is use your own fabric for linings and then use these to make an alternative version. The only thing you'd have to make more of is the binding, because the binding is enough for the 3 projects. And the 3 projects are the tea cosy, the pot holder and the oven gloves. So that is the pink version, £28.99, and of course it comes, you're not expected to know how to put it together, it comes with the instructions. So the instructions here are nice and easy to follow, step-by-step instructions with illustrations which are referred to in the text, so you can see at a glance all of the different elements and how to make it up. Very easy, very clear to do. So it makes a lovely gift, and you can make these and sell them. Debbie's happy with that, providing it's obviously done not on a huge, large scale, but for craft fairs and things like that, perfect for friends and family. So absolutely lovely. So that's the pink, and as well as the pink, I'll just leave that there, we have the green, which is this one. So this is the other version. This is the green. This is like a sage green colour. And again, we have the different parts here. So this is just like a little extra. So you can use this as a little applique on something else, which is really cute. I mean, you could have, if you've got like a use a plain tea towel and applique that on it, and then you're just bringing everything in together. So the instructions are the same for both. And another one there, another little cow just there. So the pot holders, and then if this isn't the back of it, this is the other half of the panel, but it's huge. So again, you've got your different ones. So these are really lovely, and you can use, so that's the lining for that one, but you could, if you wanted to, make your own lining. Just make a template out of the fabric. This is all to size, so you haven't got to do anything clever with this at all. You just cut it out and sew it together. It's really, really lovely. This is the sage green. Now we also have 2 other complementary panels that go with this. So if you are thinking about making other sets, you can do that with these, but also there's other things you can do with these. So the pink one is just the same prints, but this time we've got a long panel here, which Debbie's made this panel into an apron. But then we also have the square patches of the different really lovely cow creamers. They're really cute, aren't they? And I love the way they sort of face in, so you could have them back and front. But you could actually make 6 placemats out of this. If you use the other bits you've got here, so you've got 2 long panels, but you could use these as bindings. You could use both as bindings to go around the outside of that, and of course complementary planes as well. And you could make yourself some nice placemats to go with your oven gloves, etc. And this is £19.99 for this panel. Really lovely and big. It's designed by Debbie, but it's made for Sewing Street. You won't be able to get it anywhere else. And don't forget, if you're ordering this today, you will also get that book of vouchers. Now we also have the green one as well. So again, if you want the sage green set, this is the big panel. So this is what you could make an apron out of, you could make cushion covers out of. There's all sorts you can make out of this. And then again, we have the 6 creamer panels, these little jugs. Now this is designed by Debbie based on her personal collection of, what did you call them? cow creamers. Cow creamers. Got this word jugs in my head now. I can't get rid of it. And then you've got 2 strips here, which you can coordinate with. So it's up to you what you make out of these. Nice. These would make nice little cushion cupboards if you've got. Because my kitchen diner, I've got hard chairs.
Yeah.
It's IKEA.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful, but yeah, a little cushion on there wouldn't go amiss. So it's up to you what you do. So it's $19.99 for that one. So you could buy the 2 sets together. And remember, you're getting the instructions with the kitchen set. So you get the instructions as well as the panel.
Do you collect anything, Wendy?
Well, funnily enough, I started collecting cockerels.
Cockles.
Cockerel, not hens.
You're going to have a potty mouth today, aren't you?
Cockerel.
Cockerels, not cockles. I was imagining a whole collection of shellfish.
So I've got ducks and cockerels.
Real ones.
No, it's not real. I started because I went to. Firstly, I bought a duck as a doorstop for my back door, but it's not heavy enough, so it's now just sitting in the garden. And then I went to a garden show, and I'm really rubbish at gardening, and I really have anxiety attacks when I go to a garden centre because I don't know what I'm doing at all. So I went to this garden show with some friends, and I bought a duck and a cockerel and a bird thing. I think I bought 1 lot of plants, but everything else I bought stuff. So I now have about 5 of them. I've got a photograph here. So Sue's bought these. Sue's bought these previously, and look, this is what she's made.
Oh, how lovely!
Doesn't that look fabulous?
They've got the panel as well.
See, I think that's a really good idea.
That's
and
fabulous.
she's used one of the panels as a pocket on the front of her apron.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Now, what we want to know, Sue, is do you use them, or are they for show? Well, look at the heart hanging on the door as well. I can see that. Look like that all matches. That looks lovely. And what have you put around the edge? Is that binding or just a curved hem? I like the way she's curved the hem on the apron
nice
to go with the curves on the other mitts.
Nice idea.
Looks really good.
Anyway, that's the day job. It's nice to come in for a chat in a cafe, isn't it? I folded the binding so I've sewn it onto this side. When you get to the end, I've overlapped it. And make sure that when you're sewing along the crease, you're matching the stitches that are underneath it, otherwise you'll have a little step here. And then I'm folding it around the edge. I just wanted to mention, this happens sometimes, and I think walking foot can help prevent it, but the thermalam's moved and it's grown a little bit. So now when I wrap this over, it won't actually fit, because I need the bias binding to actually cover the stitches. So trim it back, there's no harm in that whatsoever. You haven't done anything, that's a wobbly line, isn't it? You haven't done anything wrong, it happens sometimes.
It does happen, and that's why you often actually cut wadding slightly bigger, don't you, in the backing bigger before you quilt, because it has a tendency to move a little bit. So as you say, you can trim that down. Now, I sometimes use pinking shears when I'm not for this kind of project, but when I'm cutting curves. Yeah. Because often you have to notch the curves, and actually cutting them with pinking shears kind of does the job for you. It does that
for you, doesn't it?
Yeah. And it saves doing those little notches.
Right, now I'm sewing from this side because I find it quite difficult to sew from the top and get the stitches to come in exactly the same place on the bottom. That's why I normally hand sew. But at least if I'm sewing from the top, you're less likely to see any wobbly stitches underneath.
Yes.
So that's my plan.
So yes, if you are going to machine stitch it, this is a really other good way of doing it.
Yeah.
Like you, I would do it like you did, stitch it to the back and then bring it forward to the front, so you top stitch from the front. You could use a decorative stitch as well. I know Kerry does that.
All right.
So she'll use a decorative stitch, so you haven't got to worry about being perfect on the underside, because it's a decorative stitch, so it kind of covers that option too.
Yeah, good idea.
Takes longer, of course, though.
Right. Okay,
so Susan said, good morning, ladies. So nice to see you again, Debbie. You two
you.
make a great team. Ermitry was a cow on the Moomins, I think. Moomin? I don't remember the
really. I remember the Moomins, but I don't remember a cow on the Moomins.
Don't remember the cow. Ermitude. Don't know. Oh, this is going a bit off-piste here, isn't it? Thank you, Wendy and Debbie, you're keeping me sane as I'm making Barbie dolls. Ah, Barbie clothes, yes. Oh, my goodness. So people think that making dolls' clothes is quicker and easier, but it's not. It's fiddly. Because everything's so
particularly
tiny.
Barbie, because
Yes.
they're very, tiny.
Yes. Hi, Debbie, love the panel. So, did you send that? Did you send that yourself, Deborah? The panel is great, I think. It's a really lovely design.
Thank you.
Cow preeners always remind me of that episode of Jeeves and Wooster. Yes, I can see. He probably would have used them in that, wouldn't he? Jeeves and Wooster.
Jeeves and Wooster.
That's going back a bit, but there's not as far back as, because that is in colour, Hayley. That's colour. That's Stephen Fry. And Hugh, was it Stephen Fry and Hugh?
Hugh Laurie.
Hugh Laurie, that's right, yes. He was really
Yes.
good in house.
Oh, that's really up to date, isn't it?
Yes.
But I decided I went to the hairdresser the other day, and we got talking about, because I've got hair like you, dead straight.
Yes.
And the hairdresser says, have you ever curled it? And it just took me back to when I was little. My mum was desperate for little girls with curly hair, and she got me and my sister with hair like this. So we went to bed with rags in her hair. Do you
Yes.
remember that?
Remember the wrapping? Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't do a
and then
thing.
to curl it, she had some curling irons that she'd stick in a flame on the cooker. And then she never threw anything away, my mum, so she got piles of old envelopes. And I remember taking an envelope and keep squishing it onto the envelope till it stopped burning, and then doing ringlets with your hair. And guaranteed after 2 hours, dead straight again.
Yes. Absolutely. You know how people say to you that when they go out their hair goes all frizzy? Mine's the opposite. If I have a slightest curl in my hair, which I have put in, and I go out, it goes straight.
Yeah, just the same.
When I had my hair cut fairly recently, and the hairdresser, when she'd cut it and washed it, washed it and cut it, she said to me afterwards, "It really is straight, isn't it?" I said, "Yes, it really is. I do know." You don't want straight hair. I mean, everybody wants what they haven't got. It's funny, isn't it, really?
I'd like a slight kink. I'd be happy with a kink.
Just a kink, please. I think I've got three or four close friends who have all got that really lovely curls. And they, of course, want straight.
Yeah.
One of my friends, about 4 or 5 actually, one of them, she didn't didn't straighten her hair during lockdown. We used to go for a walk. It looked lovely with her natural curls. So why do you just keep straightening it? She said, "Oh, no, I like it straight. It's beautiful." We're never happy, are we, with what we've got? So this is why bias binding needs to be cut on the bias. See how easy it is going around corners?
If you've not used it before, just be careful not to stretch it too much, because it's quite tempting to really pull it as you go around there and it'll all buckle up. So just a gentle stretch. But yeah, it gives a really nice finishing touch though, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely.
I love bias binding on any project, whether it's bags or homewares or cushion covers or anything like that.
And again, you could do it by turning it through and not having binding, but it does give it a really nice finish.
Yeah.
Especially when you're using a contrast one like that.
And there's not a lot else you can do. I mean, you could bag it out, but then you've got a really bulky seam. So
Yes.
this is the best way to do it anyway. I've got some stitches there that I didn't know were there. Sorry. Don't know what happened there. So again, you will find it easier to clip it as well before you sew it, rather than just going for it. And take your time a little bit around this, because it would be nice to get those stitches right on the edge, but it would be nice to get it finished before the end of the hour.
We're going to get it finished.
Are we there?
We're nearly there. We're nearly there.
I don't think I've ever finished something in an hour.
Just to remind you, this is one of the 2 panels that you can get with the pre-printed oven gloves, mitt, oven gloves, pot holder and tea cosy, all pre-printed on the fabric. So all you have to do is cut it out and sew. It's $28.99, and of course it comes with clear instructions as well. You don't have to work out how to put it together yourself. And there you have
the whole set over there.
Set. I have now got a set. Well, I'm not going to try and pick up the cow with my oven gloves on. We can have pink. So you're back on again in another hour, aren't you?
11 o'clock.
And this is with your Sew Eco
book,
which
yes.
we've been flicking through earlier. It's absolutely fabulous. It
Thank
really is a
you.
great book to have. So yes, we are going to be looking at that one in a couple of hours. No, in an hour. An hour. But before then, we have Sallieann Harrison coming in, and she's going to come and play and see what she's got. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi everyone, I'm Sallieann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic, and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA, and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made, and it was, I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston, and I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Welcome back. I'm sorry about the long delay there, but trying to get all this ready can take some time sometimes. So we are back with Sallieann Harrison. Hiya! It's lovely to see you again.
Yeah, I haven't been on for ages. I haven't been on with you.
No, I know. It's been a long time since I've been here, actually. Lots of other things to do. So, what have we got now? What have we got today? We have got some beautiful fabric here. We've got a brand new book. So it's all about books today. This one is Annie's quilting book. It is a book with charm quilt. So basically made out of 5-inch charm packs. Really lovely. This is every project and lots of simple projects to make here. So there are 8 different projects, and obviously it's all about your fabric choice. It really is. So really beautiful projects, step-by-step instructions on how to put them all together. And you can just see as I flick through here, lots of lovely designs. So you can have a real go there. Now we buy pre-cuts because we love all the collection. We like the whole sample of the collection, but often it's not, you're not sure what to do with them. I have a load of these as well at home, and sometimes I think, well, what can I do with this? And this is what I like about this book, the fact that it is showing you how to use them. Has the templates where needed. This is the one that Sallieann is working on here, this one. This is the baby pinwheels. But you can see the sample that she's made behind her looks so different just by using different colours. This book is just £8.99. It's £8.99 for 8 different projects. Look at that one. They're very popular, these books, Annie's quilting books. We have lots of her lovely books. We import them from America, and then I love this design. So this has got like a mixture, and you wouldn't think that's just made out of simple squares, but it is. And the instructions will show you how to do it nice and easily, bit by bit. Templates again. These are full-size templates, so nice and easy to trace off. And you can see just how simple it is to put these designs together. Something for everybody. So quite contemporary, then there's sort of more classic. Look at that. Now we have got some kits to make it life easy for you. You buy the book, but we have got the fabric kits as well. So we have the one that's hanging up behind Sally, which is this one here. So what you have here is a T with B, I like that. A Riley Blake collection. This is a brand new charm pack collection. And there are 42 pieces. 42 pieces there. That's a picture on the back here of all the different designs. But these are the designs you have. I mean, they are, I'm just going to see if I can edge that down. And then we can just flick through these designs. Look at these, really beautiful. And the lovely thing about when you get charm packs or any of these packs like this, you'll find that the fabrics will all go together. Even though they can be quite different patterns, they will all work well together. That's why they've been put together in a charm pack. Because they're charming. Yee. Oh, look at that one with the cups.
I really love the teacups.
The teacups. Have you used the teacups on that one?
No, I haven't. I think that's a different pack, isn't it?
It's a similar pack.
Yeah. Seems to have some of them.
I'm wondering if it's that one. I think it is. I think you've actually, well, isn't that interesting? You've got a mixture. So I think that's the charm pack you've got, which is with our pink collection. That's with the pink collection. And then this one is with the darker collection. But it doesn't matter. So we've put this selection here with these fabrics which coordinate beautifully together. So what you have here is you've got all these lovely designs. And these, I've got these lovely teacups here. These are really gorgeous. And leaves. Lots of different prints in the different colourways, all in that pack of 42 designs. And with that, just shake off the crust, you've got 1/2 metre of a teal green, 1/2 metre of sage green, and then 1 metre of white, which is slightly more than you need, so you'll have plenty here. And what you've got there is you've got enough to do all the white patches in between the colours, so you really make the colours pop out. And then you have enough to do the green and then the darker green. So you've got border and binding. which combination you do is up to you, of course. You can do any combination you like. And that's your little set there for £28.99. And this is the... now we do actually have that charm pack on its own. So you can get the actual charm pack on its own. So that's the charm pack, 42 pieces. So it's the same one there, 42 pieces, 5-inch square. Oh, hold on a second. Ah, sorry, but this one's out of stock on its own, so it is only in the kit, I'm afraid. So you have to buy it as the kit for £28.99, and you do get the 2 metres of fabric to go with it, which you can then make the whole quilt. Now, the other bundle we have, we're going more for pinks here. So this time you're getting 1 metre of the white, 1 metre of the sort of cerise flamingo pink, and then 1 metre of the lovely pink here, soft pink. So which one you use for which is up to you. And then these are the designs in this collection. So again, it's Riley Blake. This is called Stardust, this collection. Just trying to edge that down a bit so I can flick these open. So again, look at these. These are lovely, aren't they? Glasses. Oh, look at these flamingos.
Yeah,
that's the one you've got there.
Yeah.
You've got the... Oh, you do. You get a bit of everything here, and and they're such beautiful designs. So it's a similar design going on the different colourways, so you can see how they mix and match beautifully together. And of course, with Riley Blake, you know it's premium quality cotton. I love the little sunglass or the glasses, little flowers. They're so sweet. And this is metallic on there. Can you see that glint of metallic? Just have a little bit of colour to it. Clamshells, the flamingos again. And then some nice floral. Such a lovely, pretty collection, going beautiful together with these 3 pieces that have been put together as the kit. So it's £28.99, and that's enough to make this baby pinwheel quilt. You do need to purchase the book separately in order to do that, if you want to do this specific pattern. We think we might have that one on its own. We're just double checking that. No, I think again that's gone, I'm afraid, because we do pre-orders. But we do have this one, and this is brand new, and it's flannel. So this is woodland flannel. So this would make a really soft, cosy quilt. I'm just trying to push that down a bit. Let's do it from the other end. So again, you've got all these lovely designs in here. Look at these. You've got little animals, little hedgehogs, little skunk, some checks. Oh dear. Little foxes, look. So this one is £15.99. And again, let's see how many there are. 42 pieces. So there's 42 pieces for £15.99. So of course you could use this. Now you have to use your own binding, backing and coordinating. But I love the fact that this is flannel because it's so soft. If it was very soft to the touch, it would be very cosy. Now, we also, as well as these, we also have some 10-inch squares. Now, the thing about these 10-inch squares, I've got 3 sets here, and what we'll do is we'll put them on the website so you can have a proper look, so we can get on with Sallieann's demo. But we've got these 10-inch squares. So these quilts have been made with 5-inch squares. But if you take a 10-inch square and you fold it in half, and then half again, what have you got? A 5-inch square. So you actually get 4 5-inch squares from each of these pieces. So this is a real bargain. They will be on today's watch page. So lots of lovely colours. Now, before we go to the demo, I just want to show you this new charm pack. So do take a look at these 10-inch ones on the website, and you can see clearly there's 3 different sets here that you can choose from. But what we do have here, now this is exciting because it's brand new today, and it's a rainbow of colours. So, and you can use this for so many different projects, and look at the price of it, £12.99. All these lovely colours. Still lovely cotton, still nice cotton here, but look at these pretty colours. So if you're looking for an economical project to make, something that's really special but not too costly, this is lovely. And all these lovely spectrum of colours you've got going through there. If you can see that edge, can you see all the colours there? So this is brand new today. This is £12.99. That will suit a lot of the projects in this book here. But let's hasten over to Sally. Let's see what you're going to do. Good morning, good morning.
Okay, first of all, I think I should clarify that it was my fault, the mix-up with the two different packs, because I was sent both charm packs and both sets of borders, and I mixed the two, so I ended up using the green border when I should have used a pink one on there.
But I think it works though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It still works.
Yeah, it still works.
But it's just, we just have to remind viewers that you won't get that green border, you'll get the pink with the pink, yes. Yes.
So this is a perfect quilt for a beginner looking to sort of hone your skills, because it's all built around half square triangles, and it's a lovely book, really. I mean, there's so much in it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make some half square triangle units and aim at sort of making the centre star. Okay, so I'm going to walk you out from the middle, although the quilt itself is actually assembled in rows, which is rather unusual. So it's actually assembled in rows as you go down.
Nice, easy to follow instructions?
Yes, there's a really good pattern. I must admit, I had it propped up in front of me, which shows you row by row. Can you see it there?
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, so I had it sort of like propped up by the sewing machine, and various points my husband was holding it, and I put a row together and then put it on the floor in place and go back and do the next one.
Yes,
so,
that's how I work when I put things, because otherwise if you accidentally flip them, you'll find when you've stitched it together, it's not quite the same pattern.
Yeah, exactly. So make a row, put it on the floor, look at it and think, is it the same as the book? Yep, move on to the next row. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to make some half square triangle units, and because we've got a charm pack, we're already sort of halfway there, because half the work's already done for us. So this is a 5-inch square charm pack. So all I'm going to do is cut some 5-inch squares from this strip of the white fabric that I've cut that is in the kit.
That's lovely. So half the stock of the books have already gone. So if you do want this book, £8.99, and you get 8 different projects, so that's just over £1 per pattern basically, which is a really good deal. 8, and then nice clear instructions and templates where you need them, and easy to follow instructions there.
So you're always going to be cutting away from yourself with a nice sharp blade. And then I'm just going to use a tried and tested technique. This is what they advocate in the book as well. I'm just going to draw a pencil line across the back of each one. So I've got a sew line pencil. I'm just
Yes, we do sell those on the website.
angling it. And yes, they do rub out, because I did a lot of rubbing out of my sew line pencil over the weekend.
I must admit, I see you've got a friction pen up there as well, which again we sell, and again I love those, I really do. This is this little ruler that you've got here. This is a really handy size for these 5-inch squares. This is a good one.
I've never had this size before. I've got the little one at home with the quilting friends. But yeah, well, you saw me sort of nab this off.
Yes.
I'll have that.
I'll have that. Yeah, I want to use that one. So, unwrapped, there it is. What I like about it is those little hearts, they're the sort of grippy tape on the underside, aren't they?
Yes.
That holds it firmly in place.
Yeah, they've got the sort of grippy back. But
So
it's creative grids, isn't it?
It is, exactly. This is their unique thing, isn't it? So that's £15.99 for that. And don't forget, every order today gets the book of vouchers. So you will get your book of vouchers as well, which you can use throughout September, October. That is, of course, while stocks last. So just doing your diagonal line across each of these. So when you cut out those squares, you obviously cut out a multiple layers together.
Yes, I cut 4. I wouldn't go any more than 4, because you begin to lose the accuracy then. I think I've got 3. Okay, I've got 8. Ooh. Okay, so now you're just going to place them right sides together against your charm pack squares. Just going to put some pins in it, stop it going walkabout. And then I'm going to sew 1/4 inch away from the either side of my pencil line. So I've got probably a 12 needle in and a 2.4 stitch length.
So it's nice standards, 80/12, and 2.4 is probably what that machine turns on at, I would imagine.
Yeah, I like this machine. This is my favourite.
Is it? It's a nice machine,
Yeah.
isn't it? Which one is it that you've got there?
This is the 680.
Oh, right, the Elna
This is the one that
680.
John Scott says he's got at home.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Lucky chap. It is coming back in stock soon. It's not in stock at the moment, but as soon as it is, we will bring it to you because it is a beautiful machine to work with.
So
Sounds lovely as well when you're sewing.
I've just done one side. I'm going to do exactly the same thing the other side of the
Yeah.
line.
Remember the first time I ever did this? It's sort of almost like magic.
It is.
And as a sort of, I call myself a beginner quilter. It's using half square triangles is a technique that you can use. You can do all sorts of different designs with, can't you? You can do
Yes,
so much
there's
with
so much.
pinwheel
It's crazy what you
and
can
flying
do.
geese, and goodness knows what you can do with these.
Okay, so I've done one. I'm going to put some more through in the same way, but this time I'm actually going to chain piece them, so I'm going to put them through one after the other, which is a quicker way of getting things done.
Saves on thread too.
Yep, saves on thread, and it also keeps you a little bit more accurate than taking it in and out all the time. So a good one if you want to practice your 1/4 inch seam.
Talking about saving on thread, I just happen to have a box of thread here. Isn't that amazing? I have got the Quilters collection, 10 colours of Olwofill premium cotton, 50 weight. And there's 200 metres on each. This is a really nice little set here. Oh, that's it. So we've got a still of it. So that's the colours you get. Nice autumnal colours. That would actually go really well with the darker selection, the woodland selection. But really nice to have, some good quality thread, 100% cotton to work with cotton fabrics. So just pinning your two
So
little
I'm just
layers
pinning
together.
them, yeah, right sides
Just
together.
stops them shifting when you're working with them.
Yeah. Well, this is cute with the bees on.
It is lovely. The bees, yes.
There's lots of things at the moment with bees on it. It's very, very popular.
It is. Funnily enough, I've got some bee earrings and a bee necklace.
Ah.
It is very, very popular, of course, because we're having to save the bees.
Yeah.
There's sort of horrible stories about if we lose the bees, we don't sustain life. We need bees to sustain life on the... So, yeah, we must look after our bees. Oh, Christine. Yes, so this is a pattern, Christine. I'm going to see if I have been a clever girl. Yes, so this is actually... See, what I've done is, look, I've written the pattern number on my dress. I think it's still available. It's a Butterick, 6380. It's a dress by Gertie. And so, yeah, I always get asked what the pattern number, and I never remember. So, yes, 6380, written on my dress, so I can tell you. In permanent pen, by the way. But it is. I have put this little lacy panel in, because if I don't put this lacy panel in, it's
a bit revealing.
It's nice for the evening. Not necessarily for the day or when I'm bending forward over the desk.
Okay.
So we're just going to sew those together.
Yeah,
so you're going to chain piece,
I'm going
as
to
you
chain
say.
piece these now. So I'm doing exactly the same thing, sewing 1/4 inch away from my pencil line.
So actually, you're using the edge of the foot as your guide, aren't you?
Yeah, because I've
Just
moved
the needle.
Yeah.
That's what I do. You can use a 1/4 inch foot, but I find that's much easier to use the edge of the foot as a guide.
So I'm going to sew right off the end, like a couple of stitches in fresh air. I'm going to lift the foot. If you've got a knee lift, that helps at this point as well, and just ease the next one back in. So this makes it a lot quicker. than doing one at a time. So a few stitches into fresh air, and then the next one. So I'm just the edge of that foot against the pencil, or the edge of your 1/4 inch foot against the pencil.
The kits are super popular, and it is a really great price because you're getting everything you need to do the quilt top. So remember, you do still need to get your wadding and your backing. And would you believe it? I've got some wadding down here. Look what I have. So this is one pack of wadding. This is the heirloom Hobbs, which is king size. It's 120 by 120. So that is bigger than you need, but that's fine because you can always use the rest of it another time. This is £37.99 and it's cotton. Maintains loft. It's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. It is lovely. This is one of my absolute favourites. I think the wadding will depend on what you like and what you want to sew. So this is a cotton polyester, and I think the other one is polyester. This is queen size, so this one is 90 by 108 inches. So again, this one is non-allergenetic. Allergenetic, yes. And again, it's by Hobbs, and this is polyester. So this kind of feels lighter. So polyester often feels lighter, but it really is down to what you prefer. I know some people will only ever use sort of cotton polyester mix. Some people only ever want to use polyester. It does give you a slightly different finished results. What you'll often find with the polyester one is it's more bulky, it's more springy.
Yeah.
So it will be sort of thicker. Whereas the other one is a sort of flat. It depends what you're looking for when you're making it. But they're the two, and they're both great. So this is £21.99 for this one. So you need that, and of course you need backing fabric, and we do backing fabric on the website.
Okay.
So you've done your chain
I've done one
piecing.
side. I'm just going to do the other side now.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go. I haven't cut them apart yet, as you can see. There's just like a big kite tail.
It's like bunting, isn't
Yeah.
it?
So again, exactly the same, just down the other side.
Not obvious then. So this is just sewing the other side, again using that line as your marker.
Yeah.
Needle up against the line. It does make it so much quicker doing it like this, doesn't it, chain piecing?
Yeah. And it sort of gives a little sense of satisfaction as well when you get it all out. It's all sewn and all you've got to do is clip it.
Clip between them. And you're not worrying about locking the stitches at each end or anything,
No,
because you're going to sew over them anyway, aren't you?
Yes, I'm just sewing off the ends.
So it is very quick, isn't it? Putting quite a few together there. So each of those panels, it is just that, isn't it? It's just how you position them as to whether you have the pinwheel
Yes.
or whether you have the big diamond shape coming out. Oh, we've got a question for you, Sally. Hi, Sallieann and Wendy. Enjoying the show. Just wondering if you can use 2 layers of 80/20 wadding on quilts.
You could do, but it depends whether you're going to have it long armed. Just think about how much bulk you'll be adding if you add 2 layers. If you've just got an ordinary machine, not with a particularly a wide throat space, you're going to have to get all that through that hole.
Yes.
So I wouldn't recommend it on a home machine. You could long arm it, but I wonder what the idea is behind having 2 layers of the same thing. I've heard about having, in fact, I'm having a quilt done at the moment myself, which is using the 80/20, which and I've added some wool to the top.
Oh, right.
Okay, because wool is light So the 80-20 is a little bit more rigid and the wool is light, and the idea behind that is it will give it a little bit more loft and springiness, but it will still cling to a wool.
And what wool do you get?
So it's just wool batting.
It's wool batting.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's a good combo.
Good way.
Yeah.
It's the other thing I like, because it depends what you want the quilt for, as you say, doesn't it? But I like to actually back them with fleece.
Yes.
So you've got that
they
lovely
feel
soft.
So nice,
They do, and then because the reason I have them is to have like blankies in front of the TV. You snuggle up with a quilt in front of the TV. But yes, if you fleece on the back. Now a couple more messages. Hi ladies.
Morning.
Sally, when making half square triangles, you don't backstitch at the ends.
No.
Don't they tend to unravel? That's just what I've just said, Anne. So no,
No, they
because you're going to sew over them again in a minute, aren't you?
Yeah, you cross them with another seam, so you don't ever. It's the same with all patchwork. You don't reverse because it tends to be crossed by another seam at some point.
Yes. So Jan's got a big wave. Yay!
Oh, hi Jan. I thought she was dog walking.
Oh, do you know her?
Yeah. She said, I don't know whether I'll be able to make both shows, but I might make one. Depends on the dog walking.
Oh, right, okay.
Right.
So I had a phone call last night at about 3 minutes to midnight from a friend of mine. I think she pocket dialed me. No, I didn't hear it last night actually, which was fortunate because I had my phone on silent. But yes, I heard this message this morning, and it was just basically her chatting to other people and saying good night and see you in the morning, etc. Because she's away at a sewing retreat. I will tell her. I'll tell her I heard all sorts of other stuff as well. I'll lie. But yes, I will tell her what she did when I see her.
Okay, I'm just going to cut them apart now on the pencil line. I've actually layered them up a bit just to make the process a bit quicker. So I've got 2 sets.
So would you suggest this as a project for somebody that's just starting out?
Absolutely. It's a really good project for that because it helps you sort of hone a 1/4 inch seam, and it's repetitive, so it sort of gets it in your head, and it's fun to play around with as well. I mean, that's the design in the book, but you could just put them on the floor and play around and put have your own twist on it.
You could
There's
have
so many
pinwheel
things you
after
can do with
pinwheel
it.
after pinwheel
You
after
could do,
pinwheel, couldn't
yeah.
you?
Or you could just have all triangles going in one direction.
Yes. That's the thing, when you've got your 4 sets together, you can just twist them round and you get different combinations just by doing that, don't you?
Yeah.
You can get like a star in the middle, you can get a box in the middle, you can do all sorts by that.
So we're going to give them a press now. Now in the book they recommend that you cut them down once you've made them, but I must admit I didn't, because when you think about it, I mean, every block is the same. I mean, does it really matter? It's not bang on the 4.5 inches that they suggest they should be.
If it's the same, it doesn't matter,
No,
does
exactly.
it? I
So
mean, that's
you've
what I
made
always
them all
say
the
about
same.
this. Yes, if it's the same,
Yeah.
it can be a scant 1/4 inch, it can be a regular
Yep.
1/4 inch. I
Yep.
still really don't know what the difference of those two are.
So I'll start ironing with a darker one. So what I'm going to do is, if you iron with the darker one on the top, and then you press, so I'm setting the seam first, and then you flip it back, then it automatically presses towards the darker one, which is what you want to do because you want to get a nice crisp edge here, so you don't want any shadowing behind it. I don't know whether I've got this on or not. I don't think so.
It works better when it's on.
Yeah, it does. I think Kat was worried about burning me. Right, so set the seam.
Oh, this iron, we use this iron all the time, and it's back in stock. And I know, in fact, the last time it was in stock, my brother-in-law bought one for my sister. So it's back in stock. So do look on the website. It's such a nifty little iron to have right next to you. What about the mat that Sallieann's using? Because that goes out of stock as soon as it's in.
I've got one of these.
I know, so have I.
I love it.
I had to wait until it came into stock, and as soon as it did, Kat phoned me and said, it's in stock. So I immediately ordered it.
Yeah, mine's been everywhere. It looks a little bit battered because
A
I've
little
taken
bit
it in a
worse for wear,
suitcase as well.
Oh,
And
do you? Because
yeah.
it probably fits nicely, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but you see, this is a true quilter.
Well, and it doubles up, look, you see, because it's a mat one side and
The cutting mat
yeah.
the other side,
Yeah.
yes. That's what I love it. Oh, it is out of stock at the moment.
Oh.
Keep your eye on that one. Ah, the cushion square and blockers in stock. That's another useful one to have, actually. It's smaller, isn't it? It's the A4 size one that opens up. Oh, is it? Oh, I haven't seen that one then. So basically you're ironing them all the same, so that the seam is actually towards the darker colour. And you do that by putting the darker colour on the top.
Top each time.
My son started a new job today.
Ooh.
Can't wait to speak to him when he gets home.
I thought I saw a proud mum picture.
Oh, you did. That's my other son. Yes.
That's not the same one then.
No. One I had. Well, I'm very proud of both sons, but my youngest 22-year-old's just got his degree, and we had his graduation ceremony last week.
Oh wow!
And
so, what did he graduate
my son's
in?
Very dishy. He's a Bachelor of Science now.
Yeah.
So he's in sports psychology.
Ah, right, okay.
And he's now going on to do his masters, and then he wants to do his doctorate.
Wow.
So yeah, he's a perpetual student, I think, really. But oh, we've only got 30 books left, by the way. 30 books, £8.99, and if you work that out, there's 8 quilts in here, so that's just over £1 a quilt for a pattern. That's amazing value, it really is. But the lovely thing about it, as Sallieann has just said, you've got the designs and exactly how to put them together, step-by-step instructions, but you can actually start mixing, matching. A bit like Stuart was saying earlier, once you've done this, once you've done the techniques, you can actually then start doing a little variation of your own. And of course, whatever colours you use will make it look different. If you look at some of these really sort of bright colours, these look really contemporary. And then if you go into the more muted colours, as it says, a touch of past, this looks more traditional. And then here, this is Charmed Sampler. Oh, this one's a different one. Look, they've got a curve going on here. So this is getting a little bit more challenging. But look at that result. Isn't that fabulous? And again, it's just putting different squares together, and it shows you exactly how to do it. All working from the initial squares. And there's your templates. So you don't have to worry about how you get this curve. You've got your template, you've got your 1/4 inch seam allowance around it as well. And then some tips on curved pieces. So look at them, just look at these. Single curves, and these just diagrams and ideas that you can do. Absolutely fabulous. And obviously the basics of quilting, which we all need to know, and it's good to have as a reminder at the back of the book. Absolutely love these. So they are your pinwheels. Now you're going to put them together like that, but can I ask you to just quickly show how you can put 4 together and show them like a pinwheel, then you can show them with a square in the middle, so you can do your different choices.
So, I want to go for a pinwheel.
So that's just a pinwheel design, isn't it? Which is nice and
Which
simple.
is what we've got in the centre here.
Yeah, it's the centrepiece. But then if you twist them round, you can make them sort of stripes, can't you? Which you're going to have to do on one of the other one.
Like this, yeah.
So you've got 2 stripes there.
So then they would go right the way across the quilt like that.
And then you can you can twist them again, and you can sort of make them a square into the middle.
Yeah, you could put them like this and join them together like that.
So it's just that one simple technique, and you've created 3 different patterns there already.
Yeah, it's amazing. You can sort of play with them forever like this.
You can.
So that would be as if you were beginning just to put them straight.
Yes.
And sometimes simple does look really, really effective.
It does, because it's all about the fabric, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's all about the fabric choice. So that looks, sorry, you can get back to doing what you were supposed to be doing. I just, because I found that fascinating when I first did these. So I just wanted to share that. Anyone else that's new with this, all you people out there recently, no, we've all done all that. Now, if everybody checks out on the book that they have in their baskets, it will be sold out. So please do remember that it is not yours until you've checked out. So somebody else could nab it from your basket if they get there first. And of course, once you've checked out and you've paid your P&P, that's it for the day. You can check out again and again and again. So if you've already bought the wadding from this morning, you don't pay any more P&P. It's done. So this is when you've got the book handy, isn't it? And you can then look at the book and go layer by layer, but you're actually doing the middle bit just to make things more awkward for yourself.
So that one.
So basically what you're doing is you're putting them together in rows so that you can create that design.
I bet people are at home going, no, turn that one around that way. No.
See, I like that as well. You've got a V there in the middle. That's another one. How many different ways can you turn just 4? You're trying. What are you doing for the centre? Is that what one are you doing? You're doing the pinwheel, or are you doing the V, or?
I'm trying to do the 4x4 block in the centre. So I'm trying to do, she says.
Yeah, so you can put, because you've just picked out colours, you can just put them down in the pattern design, and then if you decide, oh, I don't actually like that combination, you can just pick one up and move it, and so lay it all out in your combination. Let's look at these kits again whilst you're doing that, because otherwise it's just going to put you under pressure. do it.
It's like being, so that programme they give you sort of so many minutes, like countdown or something. Time's up.
So let's look at this kit here. Firstly, we've got the one here, which has got this is the darker set. Now, half of these have sold out. It's a brand new charm pack for today, but you're not just getting the charm pack, you're also getting a 1/2 metre of this sort of dark green, teal, a 1/2 metre of this lovely sage green, and 1 metre of the white. So these are for your borders and your bindings, and these are to be part of the quilt front. This is for the quilt top. And then, of course, what you have are a charm pack here, which has got 5-inch squares, 42 different squares in the pack, and they are just charming. Lots of beautiful designs here, look. If you want to make a quilt from the book, you do have to have the book separately. So this is the pack here is for the fabrics. So equally, that means you don't have to use this pattern. You could use these for your own pattern. That's up to you. But if you get both, it's sort of 37 something, 37.98 for both. So that's for the book and this one kit. And of course, that book you can then go on to make 7 more quilts. You've got these. Charm packs normally fly at the door, because what it means is you get a whole collection with little pieces. You haven't got to worry about what you mix and match together. It's all done for you. Now, we only have about 25 kits of these left. So if you've got them in your baskets, again, please do check out. Don't lose that opportunity. Okay. We'll show you the other one in just a second, but do you want to quickly look at, because you can then get on with some sewing, can't you?
Yeah.
So that's your centre panel.
So you would join that in rows. So these are part rows at the moment.
Right. So you're joining that by rows. Do you want to start that first row?
Yeah.
And then I'll look at the other kit while you're doing that. Or do you want to, let's have a quick look at how you're going to do that.
So I'm just...
So you've just picked up 2 from the top row.
And I'm just going to sew, I'll go across and sew a row together, and then I'll sew the next row, then the next row, and then I'll join the rows. And I'll flip the seams so that all the seams go to the left on the top row, and then the right, and then the left, so that all the seams nest as you go through.
Lovely.
Okay. So again, just using a 1/4 inch.
So this time you're not chain piecing, you're going to do it bit by bit.
No, you could do, you could like drop, you know, and into the next pair and into the next pair.
Yes.
So that is another way of doing it. Depends how confident you're feeling. I'm just going to go across and do the row. So again, I'm just putting that.
But I do like you, I do one and then I put it in position before I pick the next one up to do it, to make sure that that pattern stays the right way.
Yeah, exactly.
It can, especially when you're working with something like this, half square triangles, it is easy. I mean, when I do a disappearing 9 patch or a 9 patch, I do it down. I do it in rows, so I chain piece each row, then I sew them that way. But look at me, look, the old quilter. I do some. I do some. I don't think I'll ever turn into a quilter. When I look at people's quilts on the fan page and I think they're so amazing, I look at them and I think, yeah, no, I'm never going to be turning into a quilter. I love them, but too long in the tooth for that.
It's funny because I don't do a lot of dressmaking, and when I do, you can hear me sort of cursing, and I'm not happy about the cutting out. I loathe the cutting out.
Oh, the cutting out can take as long as the sewing up.
Exactly.
Yes.
The cutting
But that's
out
the same with quilting. I mean, you cut beautiful fabrics into little pieces and put them back again.
Well, that's very true. Right, next row, yeah? Or did you want me to show the binding?
No, I don't think we're going to have time at this hour. So please, do continue. Yes, one of Sallieann's own patterns works extremely well with charm packs. Here's one we made earlier. Look at this. So again, you know, if you're thinking about buying the lovely kits that we've got here, or you can do that because you'll get the backing. You know, those bits of fabric you'll use at any other project. But this is a pattern. Is this it? This is the apple cushion instructions.
Yeah.
And this one works really well with a charm pack.
Yes, because you can get the apples out of the charm pack, look.
So you can get the apples out of a charm pack.
And then you can use cut up the pieces, you know, for that
so
floating
for this
border.
bit here, yes, so the border, which is pieced. So isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
So there are, that's £9.99 for that pattern. We haven't got the pattern in stock, but we have got that. But let's look at this second kit. This is the second pack here. So this is the sort of the pinks one. So again, what we're having here is we've got the lovely soft pink, the raspberry pink. These are 0.5 meters each, and 1 meter of the white. So these are the fabric. You have to exclude. The thing is about having these charm packs with the pinked edges, you do get fluff. But these are the colours. Look at these beautiful colours here. Just by doing that, you can see how lovely. Now, if everybody checks out of these, we've only got 10 remaining. So do consider that and check on out. I love the fact you've got a bit of gold glitz in this one. I like the flamingos. They're so cute. With clamshells, little florals. I love those glasses. They're just so lovely, these. And these are Riley Blake fabrics, which we know means quality. We've got 5 minutes. Can you do the binding in 5 minutes? She said yes. She said yes. John Monty said yes. So this is our other set here. So it's really, really lovely. And don't forget, we also have our other sets of these charm packs. We've got the flannel pack, which is so lovely and soft with these really cute little foxes and hedgehogs and all sorts going on in there. These little animals. Look at these, aren't they? So look at these little animals. And then you've got some checks. I don't know if we've had a flannel pack before, but this is really lovely. So it's lovely and soft. There's about 20 of these remaining, so not too many of these are remaining. So if you're interested in these, please do. Look at that, isn't it gorgeous? Got it upside down, really, but. And then, of course, we've got this lovely basic one. So if you're new to charm packs and you're not sure, this is a great price, £12.99. And for this pack, I'm not sure how many we get. Does it say how many we get? So it's 42 again, 42 5-inch squares. But these are sort of the really, look at those colours you can see in that corner. And now we've only got 15 left in stock of this. So if you're looking for something that's nice and fun, lovely little prints on there, just £12.99. I think that's a really good deal. You can make some really great things with this. You can make the quilts from this book. What a good value that would be there. Don't forget you'd have to buy your other bits of fabric as well. So let's have a look at Sally. So you've got your, so this is just a little sample piece to show how to do it.
Exactly. Nobody really ever focuses on binding a quilt, and binding can sort of really, a good binding on a quilt looks really stunning. Yes. So here's just this is a very simple binding. All I've done is cut a 2¼ inch strip, straight grain of the fabric, so across the fabric, and I've turned over just 1/4 inch on the top, and I've folded it in half. So this is what's called double fold binding. and you would line it up with the edge of your fabric and then sew it using a 1/4 inch walking foot. I would walk it on to your quilt. So this would be the front of your quilt, and then you hand stitch it down to the back. So I'm just going to show you.
Oh, can you show us a corner?
Yeah, a corner. Because everybody always stresses out about corners. So I'm lining it up right with the edge. And then when I get sort of about 1/4 inch away from the edge of my fabric, I'm going to reverse. Cut it.
That's just locked, that stitching.
Yeah. So I'm just now going to, I don't know if you can see on the camera, so I'm going to peel it back to that point. Yep, so now the fold is up there. And then I'm going to reposition it so that it goes around the corner. Just going to pop it back in. So this is a very, very basic binding. I know that there are, gadgets and gizmos to make this a cleaner technique, but this is where you would definitely start. A little reverse again. Again, coming down to the corner, 1/4 inch away.
How do you know you're 1/4 inch away?
You can usually tell it by the markings on your foot.
Right.
So I'm not really fully conversant with this foot, so I'm just guessing it, but you can usually see there's some markings on your foot that will help you gauge that 1/4. So again, peeling it back.
So we've got 2
folding
minutes
it
left.
over. Okay. Then go back in. Do the same again. Okay. So you would go all the way around your quilt like that. And an easy way to finish it, so I'm aware that there's lots of other ways of finishing it, is to put one inside the other and then hand sew that join. And what you're going to do with this is you're going to actually bring it over to the back. I'll just show you one corner. Good. Find some clips. Clover clips are really good for binding.
Yes, we've got. You'd be surprised to know we've got those on the show too.
Have you?
Yeah, so do have a look on the website because we've got lots of little sort of ancillary products that go with this. So here we've got the clover clips, we have the clover rotary cutter, quilter's tapes, all sorts of things going on, and you should be able to look on that on sort of pre-order on the website.
Okay, just showing you that last back bit. So this is the back, look, you can see the corner. So you've pushed it all the way down and now you're going to pull it back in that direction. And can you see it wants to fold?
Yes, and you can like push that in with your nail, don't you?
So I'll just put one there and you can see the front, how neat it is then on the front. I mean, you could choose to actually put some little stitches in here, and if you're being really technical, if you're going to put it in for a show, then that's what you would do. Put some
Also, if it's a wider binding,
yes,
definitely need
yes,
to.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. This is just a 2 1/4 inch. So 2 1/4 or 2 1/2 tends to be what you go for on the double fold binding. Okay.
Thank you very much. I am very impressed that you got that done.
I am as well. I'm stunned.
Now you're coming back in an hour, aren't you? We've got some more. We've got some rulers.
Yeah, we've got some rulers.
Yes, that's lovely.
2 rulers.
It's nice to know what to do with those rulers, I think.
Yeah.
So we'll see Sallieann in an hour, but now I'm joined again by Naughty Debbie because she just makes me be bad. So see you in just a few minutes.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always Always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual, always keep it to hand because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick unpick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. We'll see you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi, welcome back. I nearly didn't look up then because I'm busy going through Debbie's book. This is the So Eco-Friendly book. Some really fabulous project ideas in here. This is her latest book. This is we have had it before
Just
and
when
it sold
you
out,
launched
didn't
it.
we?
Yes.
Yes, just when it was launched. So this is sort of, it's not quite brand new to us, but it's nearly new because it's a while ago.
Yeah.
And here we are again. I just look at this. I've just happened to land on the bottle bag, Debbie. How could that happen? You've got bottles of pop here.
Yeah, they might not be full.
So there are 25 reusable projects for sustainable sewing. That's the whole point of this book. It's about sewing things that you can reuse.
Yes.
And be eco-friendly when you're doing it. And I particularly love things like your face wipes and things like that, so you don't have to use the ones that you just throw away on a daily basis.
No, when you think about it, items that you have in your home that you throw away, wipes are a big thing, whether it's baby wipes, tumble dryer wipes, facial wipes, cleaning wipes, you know, household wipes. There's an awful lot of wipes that go into landfill. So if we can use something that's reducible, all the better. If we can use something that's reusable with sustainable fabric would be brilliant, but if you can't get hold of any, then just not throwing away what you've got.
Yes.
It's about doing a little bit.
It is. I think, you see, this is it. People say, oh, you know, I can't make a difference. But yes, you can. If everybody does a little bit, it will make a difference, won't it?
Do you know, I was thinking when I was driving over, when I was at infant school, that was a long time ago, I can remember having a lesson which really stuck in my mind, and the teacher actually tied a little girl up with one piece of cotton, and she went like that and it broke. And then he wrapped it round and round and round and round and round, and she couldn't actually break it. And he says that's what happens when you group together and you work as a team. It makes you stronger. And I thought, actually, that's a really good analogy.
It is. Not sure a teacher would get away with that one nowadays.
No, absolutely not. I was thinking that as I started saying it. You wonder what route I'm going
Which one
down
of
here.
you shall I tie up?
But it's, you know, if you're one little strand of cotton and you group together with 100
Yes.
other little strands of cotton, you've got a piece of string.
Yes.
It makes it really strong. So it's difficult to be, you know, to have everything that's sustainable and everything
Yes,
uses
yeah.
biodegradable. It's like, you know, I don't eat meat.
Oh, do you not?
And I try and avoid leather. But it's really difficult
is.
because most cars that you jump into have got leather in there somewhere. But I'm doing a bit.
Yes.
So that I feel better for doing that. And I think it's the same kind of ethos.
I think you're absolutely right, because we do all still use plastic in our lives, and actually, as we said, plastic has a good place.
Yeah.
But what you need to be able to do is to recycle it.
Yes.
Which brings me on to the threads we'll be looking at in a bit, because they are made from recycled plastic.
They are.
But this
I'll show you in a second. The denim that I've used in the book is made from recycled plastic bottles.
Oh, really?
I mean, it is. You'd never know. You know, it looks like denim. Well, that looks like chambray. The denim at the back and the bag, all recycled plastic bottles. So it is out there.
So you've got lots of lovely projects. And the other thing that you have in here, I love the wax sandwich wraps, by the way. I think they're a really fabulous idea, and a makeup remover. But you've also got some lovely little tips in here, haven't you, going along the way. So not only do you make the projects, but you've got things like making creams and things.
Yeah, there's very easy to make baby wipe lotion, things to put in your tumble dryer to soften clothing. Again, we were talking about white wine vinegar earlier on.
Yes.
White wine vinegar combined with your favourite essence, just a few drops of essence in water, soak the pads in there or the sheets in there. Your clothes don't smell of vinegar, they smell of the essence, and it's a very affordable way of doing it.
Yes.
And it's all sustainable and biodegradable again.
And then you can just reuse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just and look at these bath sponges here. And you've got here to make luxurious bath salts, combine 6 tablespoons of sea salt with 3 tablespoons of Epsom salts, then add a few drops of your favourite essence oils, Bliss. And that's just to make some bath salts. I love that. I just love it. Just a learning day every day, isn't it?
I had a really interesting time doing all of the research for the book as well. Even things like the bag that's behind me here. I was boiling pear leaves, as you can see that, to make the dye.
Okay.
Because you can get some very natural dyes. But when you're putting a natural dye onto fabric, it fades ever so quickly. So you need a mordant, which is something that makes it grip and stay there. Most of those are chemicals, apart from alum. So I saw some alum and mixed that with the dye. And it's just fun playing with it, because you don't know what colour it's going to turn out.
Yes.
And green pear leaves to turn out so golden. And then things like the sun, I made that a little bit more orange by putting some turmeric in the mixture. But it's so interesting to learn about all of these different techniques and things, you know. And it's the way we should be going.
Oh, absolutely right. And I think it really adds to the bag, doesn't it? Just add that detail. Yeah, we teach, I say we, one of my tutors teaches dyeing naturally with in a jar, and she uses spices to dye with, uses natural ingredients and plants.
Yeah.
So it is the way to go, I think.
Yeah. And it's fun. It's fun to do. And there's nothing more fun than going out into the garden and picking a bunch of nettles and just see what happens.
Nettles in your garden?
Nettles, yeah.
I don't have nettles in my garden.
Noses growing.
I have an awful lot of weeds. In fact, I don't have grass. I just have this bedroom.
We have a moss lawn. It's ever so bouncy.
I quite like that. I left my lawn thinking, because it had that wild look. You know, that's quite fashionable, isn't it, to have a wild look? It looked beautiful. It was full of dandelions and all sorts of beautiful flowers. But then when they kind of died, it was just full of stalks.
Dead flowers.
Dead flowers. Didn't look quite so good. But these are lovely, these are wax pouches. So again, these are kind of like really nice ideas. And you can reuse again, can't you? Everything can be reused. This is what's so lovely about this.
That's the whole idea. There's a few different gift packaging ideas as well, because that's another thing when you think about it. I mean, even the bags that you buy, they're paper. That's not a good thing. You're chopping trees down and they're thrown away normally. Imagine saying that. My mum was a big recycler when we were little. We used to save everything, wrapping paper.
Oh yes,
everything.
wrapping paper. I still unwrap parcels very carefully.
Do you?
Yes, so that I can reuse the paper.
Yeah, we used to save birthday and Christmas cards and turn them into gift tags.
Yes, still do that.
That was a way of life then, wasn't it?
It just did.
All this
do you remember
isn't
making
new.
paper chains as well?
Yes.
That was your decoration.
Yes.
I used to love making paper chains. But I like this fabric gift wrap idea, because this is actually, there is a term, isn't it? Furoshiki?
I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, it's a Japanese thing. Apparently they've been doing it for donkey's
Oh
years.
yes, they have.
Silk
Yes,
scarves and things. Yeah.
And there's just clever ways of tying. But what's really nice about this, of course, is if you're giving it to somebody who sews or likes fabric, you're actually giving them 2 gifts, aren't you? The wrapping, because a lot of our wrapping papers have metallic in them, don't they? They have
plastic.
and then you can't send them to recycle. You have to put them in landfill.
Yeah.
which is awful.
I thought this was a fun idea.
Yes.
You'll like this one. There's still wine in here. To tie up bottles like this. And again, you use, I think there was about 1 metre square of fabric for this one. But I just thought it was a really nice idea. So that opens up like that. And this is linen, so again, it's another... I don't think any fabric is 100% sustainable, because even linen that comes from Ireland has kind of a carbon footprint.
You got
when it
half a
arrives.
bottle in that one.
It was full when I left. This one's not open yet. But yeah, so you've got like 1 metre square of fabric, and all you're going to do is to put your bottles on there and wrap them all up, lift it up and tie it, and you've got your gift wrap. And again, as a piece of fabric for somebody who sews, or a headscarf or something as a gift
Yes, a
as
headscarf
well.
would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's perfect, and that's so quick. I'm not a fan of wrapping presents anyway. It's the chore for me coming up to Christmas time.
Yes, I'm
So
not
do
one of these
something
people
quick.
that makes beautiful wrappings. I have learned how to wrap a square present really well and easily, but nothing's ever just that easy,
No,
is it? There's got
no.
lumps and bumps everywhere.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
But
I
you
like
can
that.
really make them quite stunning. You know, I've put some gypsophila in there, and it's seen better days, and a bit of lace around it as well. So you've got something that looks beautiful, even if it's just a box of tissues inside there. But again, it's purposeful,
I
and
would
you're
be
not going to throw it
disappointed.
away. Sorry?
If you gave me a present like that and inside it was a box of tissues, I'd be very disappointed. I'd at least want a nice box of chocolates in there.
It'd have to be pretty special fabric to make up for it.
Yeah, definitely. Nice silk scarf would do beautifully. But it's lovely. It's just simple ideas here. I like these gift cubes as well. And you show here how to make them in different sizes as well, don't you?
Yes, and those are using just a single-sided fusible foam to make them nice and sturdy. But if it's a box like that, then you could put something round inside it, so it's not a difficult shape to wrap anymore.
Yes.
Just stick it in a box.
It is lovely. But then you can use that box for other things.
Yeah.
It's got another life for it, hasn't it? It is. It's lovely. I love those. Now these gift bags, so these ones here, aren't
Yes.
they? Now these we do actually have. So we've got this lovely book here, but we also do have some fabric kits to go make these, which is really nice. So they're so simple, but so effective, and how to make larger versions. I like that. Experiment. You have got a little problem, Debs, I've got to say. Experiment with size. A long slim bag would be perfect for bottles.
Pop bottles, lemonade bottles, water bottles.
Which would help protect them. Or you can have smaller ones for jewellery. Just throw that in there. Repair kit, this is a nice idea. Having your own little repair kit. So obviously, again, this is not a case of throwing stuff away because it's got a tear or a rip. You can repair.
You can repair it and you can clean it. So I just thought it was quite nice to have. I've got it here actually, just a little pouch. That would make a nice little gift idea as well, you know, because we've got pockets inside there as well. There is a little recipe for you too on spot cleaning things. So a pair of scissors, you've got some threads that are just wrapped around gift labels, and there's a wipe in there as well. And that one has just got some needles and pins in it. So instead, repairing things, instead of throwing them away or giving them to a charity shop, why not repair them? And they're going to last you longer as well. That's one of the reasons I put an apron in there as well, because I was thinking if you keep your clothes clean, you're not going to wash them so often, so less detergent being used. So there's a method to everything.
Yes, there's a reason behind it all, as well as having some fun projects. I love these bowl covers, which you've got in front here.
Yeah, they're fun, aren't they?
They are fun
not,
because, again, it saves you putting cling film on
yes.
or whatever.
They're not going to be
doesn't it?
airtight like cling film is, but it will keep the flies and the dust off them.
Yes.
And they look nice in the
I
kitchen
am
as well.
paranoid about flies, so when I'm cooking in the kitchen, I won't leave anything uncovered if I'm not in the room next to it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
I really am paranoid. I remember years ago I went to see my brother in hospital, and there was this great big poster behind him about what flies do when they land on things. You would be paranoid if you'd read that poster too. So, yes. So these are really nice. You can put these in the microwave?
Yes.
And of course then you can wash them.
Yes.
If they get splashed.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just a lovely little penny. So some really great projects in here, and this book is $9.99. So yet again, we've got a book, 25
it says
projects.
$10.99 on the back of it.
It does. Oh, does it say $10.99? It does. It says $10.99 on the back. So this is discounted here, 25 projects, but also lots of tips, including some simple recipes for face scrubs, bath salts and more. I love that idea. Really got the eco bug there.
But it's
Do
easy.
your bit.
You know, I think that's one of the reasons why we came up with the idea of doing the book in the first place. It's a lot of people want to do something, but they don't know what to do.
Yes.
They don't know where to start. And, you know, it's not rocket science. There's nothing in here that is, you know, not already out there, to be honest. But it's making things simple for people to understand and giving
And
you a
to
little
make
bit of
them-
inspiration.
make them
yes, I
easily.
can do it.
I know I do admire people that say they're never going to buy anything all year, but I couldn't do it.
No.
So I like that. I do like that. And I have a nice book. I think it's lovely. It's another one that's going to be on my bookshelf, that's for sure. Half the stock of this book has already sold out. So do get it. Let's have a look at the bundles here. So this is our first bundle, which is the one with the cork in it. So this is the sample here. What you get are, what, this one? Okay, so this one is, I was going to say that you could get this separately, but you can't because it's sold out. So what you're getting here is a ½ metre of this cork, and I don't know if you can catch that light, but it's got like a glitter. Can you see? It's sort of gold in there. So this is a cork fabric. It's very popular nowadays, cork fabric.
Cork is incredible. It's like a dream fabric, it really is.
To sew.
It's waterproof, it's scratch proof. It's antibacterial, it doesn't go mouldy, and it's sustainable, which is the main thing. It's mainly grown in Portugal from a cork oak tree. It actually benefits the tree to have the cork taken away from it. So I don't know how many times a year they can do this, I can't remember. There's lots of information in the book about the different fabrics as well, but it's one of the few plants that you can actually, that you don't damage by taking the bark off. You benefit the tree.
It's a bit like a lettuce that you pick the leaves off and it keeps growing.
Yeah.
Nothing like a lettuce at all, but you know what I mean. So this kit for £19.99, you have a ½ metre of that. You have a ½ metre of the print. Now, these are all available on the website, but this is our sort of little bundle to make this particular bag. So we have two prints here. So this one you have used making a bit of lining. Have you used it inside as well? Yes,
No,
and
I don't like-
inside.
yeah.
So that's used for that. And then you've got the cork on the bottom. And actually you've used the cork here for the drawstring bit as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to show you, you know, you can gather it. It's
Yes.
it's not really stiff or difficult to work with.
It isn't, is it? That's
No.
fine.
No, it's
And I
lovely.
like that. So nice simple little bag project there. And that's what you get for £19.99. So you're getting all three of those pieces. Of course, you do need to buy the book if you want to do the project itself. Then we have, again, so if you don't want to use the cork, is there any restrictions on what needle you should use or what iron you should use on it?
No, I wouldn't use a needle that's too thick. You may need a denim needle, a stronger needle if you're going to sew through lots of layers of fabric, but don't go out and buy one if you don't have any, just use a universal needle. I haven't used a walking foot or a non-stick foot. It sews under the machine perfectly well. Don't put an iron on the top of it because it can buckle, but you can iron it from the back. And just be aware that it is waterproof. So like with the bags, if you wanted to get the creases out of the cork and you don't iron it on the top, you can put the iron inside. Don't use steam because the steam won't travel through it because it's waterproof. And don't stick pins in it. So use clips instead.
Use the quilter's
Once
clips.
You've got a hole in it, you've got
Yes.
a hole in it.
A bit like
it's-
leather and things, isn't it then,
Yeah,
really?
yeah. It doesn't heal though, like leather would do. But it's an amazing fabric to work with.
Yeah,
It really
I think
is.
having that kit there gives you a chance to have a work with that,
Yeah,
doesn't it? For
yeah.
something that's quite simple.
Yeah.
And in fact, you've got other projects in the book. I'm seeing you've got this cork on other bags
I've
as well.
used it on a lot of things, and in
So-
fact, even in the this is my face wipe pouch. I've used it as a lining
Yes.
because it's waterproof. You can wipe it clean. You know, you don't have to treat it or anything like that. So it's just
That would
amazing.
be quite a good
fabric.
little cosmetic bag as well, wouldn't
Yes,
it?
yeah.
So the other set we've got here is this one. So we've got these black butterflies. This is ½ metre of this one. These are all brand new fabrics. We have a corresponding floral to go with that one. And then picking up the blue in there, we have the blue which you can use for the lining, and you've also used it as a little sort of strip around there. So ½ metre, ½ metre, ½ metre, so it's 1.5 metres altogether in this little bundle. Now, we haven't got any of the cork on its own, so the only cork you could get, we did, but people have pre-ordered. But what we have got, which I love, and you said these work beautifully. I haven't used them myself.
I use them a lot.
These are, and I think this is so fantastic. These are Gutermann threads, so Gutermann, a really good brand. And what you have here is different packs, 100% recycled polyester. So different packs here. This is the dream pack here. We have in this pack here, I'm just trying to work out how many threads, 20 reels of thread, 100% recycled polyester. So really lovely, 100 metres per reel, lots of lovely colours going all the way through there. That's £29.99 for 20 reels. So basically, does that make it £1.50 a reel? So that's a really good price for a reel. Not really much more expensive than normal thread, is it?
No, not at all. And it's not, if you've not used it before, it's not what you expect. You see a plastic bottle and you think, oh, it's going to feel plastic. It feels like cotton. You wouldn't know that you were sewing with plastic. But it's a really strong thread as well. You know, if you're making something from stretch fabric, they'd recommend that you use a polyester or a polyester mix of thread because it's stronger. This is as strong as a polyester thread. So it's best of both worlds with it. It's amazing.
So it says it's 100% recycled polyester.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's definitely worth a try, absolutely worth a try. And this time we have this box here, which has, I think, can I open it up? This has got 24 spools of thread. Oh, it's all sealed. It's just black and white, so I don't really need to open it, do I? There it is, there's the picture. 24, so you always need black and white, so that's really good to have. Again, 100 metres per reel. The book, I mean, that's obviously been recycled as well, the box. So it's sort of all in keeping with the ethos that Debbie's sharing with us, her eco-friendly book. Now, I've actually only got less than 10 of these. Very useful to have. And then we have the smaller pack. So we have the Brights to start with. This is sew-all thread, so you can use this for all sorts of projects. You've got 10 spools of 100 metres each of the 100% recycled polyester in this lovely recycled box as well. So they just go on your sewing machine as usual. You just treat them as usual. You sew with them as usual. No difference at all. And then we have the other one here, which is the more muted colours. So these are, you can use these for dressmaking, for craft projects, for quilting. They really do work with everything. £14.99 for 10 reels, so sort of like £1.49 per reel. These are the more classic colours, standard colours. You've got black, white and cream, and then brown, red, navy, blue, sage, grey and light grey. So something for everything. Definitely the whole lot is beautiful, I think. So we do have other bits and bobs as well, so do look on the website. But let's go back to Debbie and see what you're going to do, Debs.
I'm going to make up one of the gift bags, but the smaller version, with the bundle that you're going to get. They're quite wide, these bags, they're 12 inches wide. So you'll be able to make two, but you'll need to put a join in the lining of one of them. But even so, even after the two I've cut out, this is the amount of fabric that you've got left over. So you can make more when you think about it. So that's double of that. I've got a little bit of the lining left. That's another piece or a couple of pieces. And I've got that much cork left. So the bundle is such good. I mean, you could make a whole bag out of that. You don't have to mix it with the fabric. So you can really make your fabric go a long way. It's great value for money to order bundles like that. But I'm just going to make up that little gift bag. These are really quick and simple. Oh, just to mention as well, if you wanted to put any kind of interfacing on the wrong side, so your cork probably won't need it for a gift bag. I'm not going to use it here, but you won't be able to iron from the top. So if you want to put some H640 or something like that on the wrong side, you'll need to iron from the H640 side. So don't iron, press, so up and down with the iron.
And I would put a press cloth between. That's
a good idea
as well. Yeah. Just to make sure it doesn't sort of, because sometimes with fusibles, I ironed one yesterday and it was so, my iron was so hot and good, it was kind of like getting to the point where it was fixing to it.
Yes.
So yeah, always have a press cloth.
Yeah, good idea. And remember, be careful with steam. Even if you're ironing from the back, I know H640 likes a bit of steam, it won't penetrate, so your steam will come back up. So do be aware, you don't want to burn yourself. So I've already cut out the bits and bobs. So that is going to be my lining that I need to join together. I shall do that shortly. And then I have the top and the bottom of the bag, which is these two pieces. Cork makes great bag bases as well because you can wipe it clean. And then in between here, I'm just going to put a little bit of trim. So it's not piping, it's just a piece of fabric folded in half. So I'm going to sew that on first of all. And I do it in 2 stages. I know you can just put the whole thing together in a sandwich, but I do zips the same way. I don't know about you, Wendy, because inside here I can't see where it is. So I know if I sew the first piece on and then the second, I can see the stitch line where I've just sewn it, so I know it's going to be in exactly the right place.
I agree.
So that's just the way that I do it. If you wanted to do it quicker way, then that's absolutely fine. And again, don't worry about special feet or...
You've got to turn it on.
I'm not on. Or needles or anything like that. It would help if I plugged the machine in, wouldn't it do? Bear with me while I unplug that and plug that one in. And switch it on. There we go.
It's amazing, these little tricks that make things work better.
I know. But again, it's a really simple, quick bag. And do make them in different sizes. This is just an idea. They're quite big bags. But if you wanted to make matching ones that are smaller, you can do these in practically any size that you like. It's really not rocket science to resize anything. So second strip goes on here. And then we'll just add the top bits. Where have you gone? There you are. Do you talk to your machine?
Oh, I talk to myself all the time. Out loud as well. Not just in my head, out loud. Walk around chattering away to myself.
I have been caught before now. You know, when you go into a clothes shop and you feel the fabric, and sometimes it's nice and sometimes it's, and sometimes I will actually crease it, see how easily it creases. I have actually been into a shop before now. Giving it a good old... I did that out loud, didn't I? I'm tutting at my clothes.
I'm with you about creasing things, yes. I scrunch the corner up just to see. I'm not a fan of the creased look, and I know if you wear pure linen, that's sort of part of it, isn't it?
Yes.
But I'm personally not a fan of that creased look.
No, me neither, actually.
So I prefer linen mixed with, and
Yes.
then it's not so bad, is it? But I know some people like it. Oh, I've got a comment here from Maureen, referring to earlier on when we were saying about left and right-handed. If you're a Catholic, your right hand is the one you make the sign of the cross with. I'm not sure that's a reason to convert, though. just so I'd know which is my right and left.
How did that come up in
Because we were
conversation?
talking about left-handed and right-handed, and yes. Do you remember that conversation we were having?
Somebody was asking me the other week if you could buy left-handed sewing machines. I thought, actually, I've never thought about that before, but I'm surprised they're not available. I've never seen one. Let me know.
No, I certainly haven't. I don't know. I don't know why you'd need to, other than I suppose all the dials and everything's always on the right-hand side, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you're left-handed, yeah. Actually, that's a point. So I use southpaws. My son's a southpaw. So he would have that. I remember years ago when I bought him a pair of left-handed scissors because he was struggling. And when I then tried to use his left-handed scissors accidentally, and they were so uncomfortable, and I realised how uncomfortable right-handed ones must be for a left-handed person.
I bought some by mistake once, and it is really
Yes,
painful
because
to use them.
if the handles are moulded, it's only if they're moulded.
Yeah.
I've got somebody here. This is Sewing Merino Patchwork Quilt. Hi, Debbie. I made 3 handbags with matching straps in dog fabrics, and I could make a cow handbag with the panel. That's referring back to your creamer cow panel.
That's a nice idea.
Oh. Hello, Debbie and Wendy. Love the eco-friendly options in this book. I have a cardigan made from plastic bottles, and it's great. That sounds interesting, Stephanie. Have you got a photo? A cardigan, but you say made out of plastic bottles, but then you kind of have this image of the hanging bottles. But of course it's not, is it? Because it's recycled, and therefore it doesn't look like plastic anymore.
No, it's like the bag here. This is plastic bottles, and it's soft, and it's pliable, and it's a little bit shinier than actual denim. But
yes,
you
I don't mind that though.
Know.
That's nice.
No, you'd never know. Can be quite expensive, but you know, you're only going to use it. You're only going to buy it once, aren't you? Because that's the whole idea.
It is. So Tracy's saying, hi Wendy and Debbie, I've made a pile of drawstring bags of various sizes for Christmas presents, which I've trained my family to return to me.
No,
Well
the
done.
idea is that they make their own and then return those to you.
Oh, I made so many drawstring bags when my kids were little, because particularly Charlie, he used to like putting things in bags. Which didn't help my OCD very much, because he would mix up patterns and puzzles and sets of things, and he would just split them and put different bits in different bags. Whereas I obviously like everything neatly in the right place at the right time. But yes, he did. So I made lots of drawstring bags for him for that.
It's a good idea. I'm just making the drawstring section at the top of this bag, actually. I forgot to cut it earlier on. Just to mention, with your cork, it doesn't fray, so you don't need to finish the seams. So if you're following these instructions as opposed to the book, you'll need to cut this piece of fabric a little bit shorter, because otherwise you're going to be hemming that, and you don't need to at all. It's great for applique as well.
Yes, because you can just do straight stitching around it.
Yeah. So let's fold that in half, and I'm just going to sew that onto the top of the right side of the bag, and that's going to make the channel for the ribbon to go through, which I need to pinch some off you, I think, actually.
Yes.
So that's just within the seam allowance, just to hold that to the top. So it's the easiest way to make a drawstring bag, because literally all we're going to do is thread the ribbon through here.
I think this is amazingly simple, isn't it? Because you haven't got to worry about your ends, opening your ends or anything.
So that's that. And then the same on the other side. So these are the quickest bags to make.
Oh, we lost this time. I think we should have things strung around your neck.
Right.
Oh, we've got Debbie's poem on Facebook.
My ditty.
Oh, right, no, I didn't.
My Debbie's little ditties. I did a ditty about coming to Sewing Street.
Oh, right, okay. As you do. Oh, lots of people replied with their own ditties, apparently.
We're setting off a ditty trend, you know. I try and write a new one every week, and they are going to end up in a book at some point. When I've got enough.
Debbie's ditties.
Yep.
Careful how you say that, and don't have a glass of wine beforehand.
My daughter saying, when I said to her, I was having to read
Only
out
if
one
you've
of,
got that kind of mind, Hayley.
one of my ditties, and she says, you can't call them ditties. But they're ditties.
They are ditties.
Yes,
Yes.
they're ditties.
D-I-T-T-I-E-S. Ditties. Perfectly valid word.
Right, I need to join the lining pieces together, because again, I've already made one bag from this fabric, and there wasn't quite enough to do a full lining, so I'm going to make the seam near the bottom so you don't see it from the top of the bag. So I'll just join those. Like so.
This is because you're making more than one bag with this
Yes.
selection, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which is fine anyway, because it's inside for a start.
Yep, nothing wrong with that. You're not going to see it.
Seam.
I never get used to sewing standing up, you know. All I can hear is the foot's not steady.
I don't know who I was talking to recently, and they said they always stand up when they sew.
Really?
Yes, exactly. Really?
Really? What
Mind
was that
you,
for?
having said that, most of us sit wrong position when we sew. We sit too high,
Yes.
because you end up with your neck bent like that, and you
Yeah.
actually should sit lower.
I do find myself, I'm very conscious as well, because I have a problem with my neck, hunching over, and I have to, no, bring your shoulder, particularly with free motion embroidery.
Yes.
And you concentrate and you keep doing this. So.
Yeah, somebody said to me the other day, oh, free motion embroidery, it's so relaxing, it relaxes your shoulders. And I thought, well, I obviously don't do enough of it, because it does the opposite to me. Because as you say, you kind of like hunching and concentrating. But no, you should actually have your chair lower, so that your arms are flat, and you can, because we tend to sort of sit and look down, but we shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I had an article written for me by a doctor once on that, to go in a magazine I was editing, and how to sit at your sewing machine.
Really?
Yeah. because his wife sews. He's about to have an operation actually for a bypass, so good luck to him there, Romana.
Oh. I like to sit on a stool as well. I found a sit-up straighter, one with wheels on the bottom, so I can shifty around my sewing room without getting up. Right, so that's that joined together. And again, you're not going to see that. You could even pattern match it if you're going to be really pedantic. Okay.
Hi, I've got this book, it's fab. Will you be getting any more cork fabric as it's all sold out? So the answer to that is yes, we will. We will be getting more cork fabric. Yes, sorry about that. I did have some nice cork fabrics to show you, but I sit on a stool at my sewing table and it's lovely and comfortable. That's from Deborah. I'm sure this isn't you, this is Deborah again. I'm sure she says what you say.
I've got a clone.
What about those one? Oh no, you couldn't use those, could you? I was thinking of those kneeling ones, but then your foot would be back.
No, I was told by my chiropractor, because I've got bad back. I've got bad everything these days.
It's because you're ancient.
That they're not good for you. Yeah, getting to feel like that. The eyes, the ears, the teeth, the back, the hands. It's so nice.
Yes, no, I think you're right, because I never actually liked the idea, but no, they wouldn't work for sewing anyway, because your foot would be back when you need it forward. So
you'd have to have your foot back here somewhere, I was going to say.
Debbie, somebody else, I've just missed a message. She said, is it okay to use the upcycled thread here, the Eco Cotton, for EPP, English paper piecing?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So absolutely fine,
yes.
yeah.
It's really,
sorry about
it's a really
Angela.
good strong thread, so yes, definitely.
Yes, I think you can use it for anything you can use thread for.
Yeah.
Normal thread for.
Yeah. Right, let's just sew across the top of it. And I'll tell you what I'm doing, if you like, just carrying on without letting you know. So that's the bottom of the bag, that's the lining of the bag. I've cut them both to the same size. I'm just going to sew across the top. So we do that on both sides again. Like so.
So how many books have you written now, Debbie?
I think, because I kind of lost count, it's 27.
20, because last time we were on together it was 23. So, you know, you just
Must be
can't.
26 then. I've had three out.
Yeah, because this is new, for sure.
Yes. And then I'm working on 5 more at the moment. Might be 6. That's going to keep me going until the end of 2022 anyway.
So all I'm doing is I'm working on new projects for one of mine, really useful guide to a sewing machine. So I've got some new projects and new techniques to go into it because it's being reprinted.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
And then my Fun with Fat Quarters is being reprinted, but I'm not sure they're actually doing any changes to that one.
Oh, okay.
And then another company's doing my complete guide to sewing. We're having a few new pages and projects in it.
Brilliant.
But that's, so it's just a bit of a book.
It's a full-time job, isn't it, once you get started on them?
It always takes a lot longer than you think it's going to, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you do your own photography as well, don't you?
Yes, that does make it a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, it does, in that I have to, like the other day, I was doing these samples and it suddenly occurred to me as I was, getting ready for it all, oh my goodness, I've got to do all the stages as well.
Yeah.
So you've got to partly make things because they want to do the photography, because I don't. I'm not married to a photographer.
So I rent him out.
Do you?
Yeah. No, it's one of the reasons we can do so many books, because we've got the whole production line there. So but it's another reason why there's so many pictures in the books as well, because everything in all of my books is photographed as I'm making it. If I get to a certain stage and then think, that we need a close-up of that, or we need another step to go in there, or this isn't very clear, but we can adjust that.
Yeah.
So unlike other authors that, like you said, you have to take all of your stages down to the publishers and then they photograph them, which is a hell of a lot of work, Wendy.
It is, yeah. Well, some of them, I must admit, I just do like stage 1 or 2, and then they have to wait for me to do the next bit before they can photograph it again, because otherwise it just gets ridiculous. So, and normally it's not too difficult to do that. So
I've got my next book is going to be one that I've written with my daughter.
Oh yes.
And that's just in the finishing stages now. And that's something, again, that we can actually do, because we sent all the pictures down and everything, and then we went down to Search Press last week to have a meeting, and they wanted some of them completely changing. Gary's in his element at home. He's just left there to reshoot all of these pictures and everything. But that's coming out next year, and that's going to be Refashion, Restitch, Restyle, I think it's called, but it's all upcycling.
Lovely.
But that's going to be upcycling for the home, not clothes to clothes, because we didn't want to do anything that's already been done. And there's lots of different techniques for sewing in there as well, so that'd be a good one. So
We've got a message here.
Hello.
Debbie, where have you been? Nice to see you back. Doreen, where have you been?
I've been sewing.
Been
That's,
sewing.
that's all I do. I have a blog, and again, this is something I do with Search Press. And I was asked, well, you haven't written anything for the blog for ages. Well, I don't do anything. I sew stuff. That's all I do.
I know.
Walk the dog and sew. Not the most interesting life for most people. Anyway, I'm sewing these two right sides together. And I want to make sure that I match the seam at the top here and the seam at the side. So it's not the end of the world if they don't, but you will see those. It'll be noticeable if they don't match. So we're going to go all the way around, and I'll leave a turning gap in one side so we can turn it the right side out. So that's that. So I'm not going to pin it. That matches, that's good. There's always something new in the world of sewing, though, isn't it? I mean, it's fabrics at the moment. I think there's so many new types of fabrics coming
there
out.
are some really fabulous fabrics to work with. It's one of the things that I actually often say is that I teach my mum. My mum taught me to sew, and now I teach her.
Yeah.
And it's not that she's forgotten, obviously, but so many things have changed. Fabrics
Yes.
have changed, machines have changed. There's so many better haberdashery items that you can use.
Yes.
So it's really nice. We've got a creative sewing weekend coming up in September, which she's coming to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my mum comes.
Oh.
It is lovely. She's an amazing woman. She really is. She's 87. I hope you don't mind me saying that if she's watching.
She?
But you wouldn't know it. You really wouldn't. You'd think she was at the most in her 70s.
Oh.
All about. Got a wicked sense of humour. And she's married to the most lovely man, stepfather. Just in case they are watching. He has been such an amazing father to me in the last few years. Absolutely wonderful. Has he got any nice sons? He's got a lovely daughter who's now my sort of stepsister, I suppose, and some really lovely grandsons. Now they might be of more interest to you. Oh, I don't know, because Ben's 92, so.
Are we turning into a dating
Yeah, it's just a
channel
little
here?
dating site, this. Do you want me to repeat that one? It is difficult, because, some people, I mean, I sort of met somebody not long ago, and because of what was happening, I had to find out their age. This was a woman that I met. And I was surprised that she was 1 year older than me.
Really?
I thought she was a lot older than me. And it wasn't because she looked old or anything, it was just because of the sort of attitude to life and the way we dress. Maybe I dress like mutton, so, I don't think so. But yes, I mean, and equally, there's some people that look older than themselves and some people look a lot younger. You're as old as the man you feel, isn't that the expression?
Sure, I don't think lines and wrinkles make you look old either. I think
They
it's
make
your
you look lived in.
attitude.
See, I
thoughts.
don't have too many lines when I smile.
You don't
But if I
actually,
don't
do you?
smile, I have the deep grooves.
Oh, keep smiling.
Yes, I just have to walk around with a fixed grin on my face all the time.
See, I'm very wrinkly and I don't really care.
No, I am what I am.
I'm going to square the bottoms. That's something else that happens when you get older, isn't it?
Yeah, I have a square bottom.
So just squish in the side seam so that it sits on top of the base seam. And then measure and mark that if you like. I'm not going to for time's sake. I like to squish the seams in opposite directions to cut down on the bulk. And we're going to sew straight across like that. And do that on all four pieces, so on all four corners, so on the outer fabric and on the lining as well. And when we've done that, I'm going to chop it off.
The book is selling really well, which I'm not at all surprised. This is 25 reusable projects for sustainable sewing in this book. These are written by lovely Debbie Shaw. So it's a really good price, £9.99 for 25 projects. So yeah, so if it was pennies, it's 50p or something like that a project. So really, really cheap, and lots of lovely ideas. Why do I keep opening the bottle bag? I think it must be your book, Debbie, that's stuck on that page. Lots of lovely ideas, and obviously you can use them. This is called a baby wipe bag, but you don't have to use it for baby wipes if you're not in a baby wipe situation, which I'm not. But you can use it for other things, can't you? You could use it for makeup or whatever you wanted to, because it's lined with the cork, which is waterproof.
It could even be a clutch bag.
It could be a little clutch bag, couldn't it? Definitely, it's lovely. And I love the idea of this one too. So this is a lovely bag here, but not just a bag. This is a bag that's got some dyeing on it and some lovely French knots and hand embroidery. Hemp tote bag, isn't that lovely? Looking really rustic. And then you've got how to do the dye, you see. It tells you how to do pear leaves. What made you try pear leaves?
I was just doing some research.
Oh, right,
I just
okay.
wanted that kind of colour. And I mean, you can use practically anything to dye with, really. But we've got a pear tree in the garden, so it was quite
that's
handy.
why it's pear leaves.
Yeah.
Turmeric, obviously. Colour does originate from nature. Yes, of course it does. And in fact, when you're eating, back to eating and drinking, when you're eating, the more colours you have on the plate, the healthier the meal is, isn't it?
Yes, I've heard that.
And the brighter the colours, the more vitamins and things they've got in
Yeah.
them, which is like broccoli and peppers and things. So we've got here how to make the dye as well. And I love these bath sponges.
Now those are using bamboo toweling. And bamboo is another dream fabric, because bamboo is a grass.
Yes.
So you can mow it and it grows back again. So it's sustainable and it doesn't need pesticides. And it's grown mainly in South Asia, but in North and South America as well. It's grown all over the world. But you can literally, and in fact, was it? Oh, what was the? No, it was cork I was thinking of. Apparently, we have enough cork in the world if we never cut down any more trees to last us for 100 years. There's so much of it. It's so plentiful.
Yeah, why aren't we using
but bamboo's
it more?
the same. I said it grows like a weed, and it doesn't take anything to grow it.
I've got bamboo in my garden.
Have you?
At the moment, still in little pots, but my plan is to put it up against my back fence so as it grows quickly. But I've been told I need to put it into troughs, otherwise it goes wild.
Yeah.
So I will do that.
And it sounds lovely when the wind blows through it as well. When it gets big.
And the
that's gonna
colours
be
and the
amazing.
lights.
Yeah. Because you can get bamboo with black stems now, can't you?
Yes. Mine
yeah,
hasn't got
nice.
black stems, but unless I've not done something right with it. So this is lovely. So you've got I mean, I like the way, in fact, with Search Press books, you always get the materials and tools and some basic techniques. It's always useful to have. Lovely, really lovely projects. £9.99 for all of this. And I think it's really nice. So next time you want to go out and buy a new pair of shoes, you can do so feeling happy and secure because you've done sustainable work. And anyway, they wouldn't be leather if I was buying them. I like my shoes, but I don't buy expensive ones.
Yeah.
You've got a message here. So Julie says, like, we're like two schoolgirls, comical schoolgirls.
I don't know what it is about working with Wendy. I come in here and I regress to 8 years old.
I go home with face ache when I've been laughing too much. This is so lovely, this book.
Thank you.
I love it. Cutlery roll. So how are we doing?
I've boxed out the corners, I've turned it the right side out, and I've just sewn the hole down the side closed. So now we can put this inside here. See, the cutlery roll, again, I was just looking at the side of me. you could use for a makeup roll or something like
Yes.
that. But somewhere to keep a napkin. I've used linen for that, which again is quite sustainable. And wooden knives and forks. So a lot of the time you pick these up from service stations and places like that and throw them away, even if you're picking up a plastic one. So the issu's throwing it away. 'Cause if you
Yes,
keep it, it's fine.
exactly. Yes, it's not the fact it's plastic; it's the fact it's a one-time
That's
use,
what we do
isn't
with
it?
it. Yeah. But that's just quite handy to keep in your car, to keep in your bag. So you've always got a wipe there. You could use one of the maybe the baby wipe sprayed little recipe in there as well. So you've got a damp cloth. I'll tie that over.
I love the way you've got little recipes in here.
It was really fun making it, to be honest.
And you know, we've got masks. Well, honestly, I think mask wearing will be something for quite some time.
I think so. And I made a little pouch to keep them in as well. But again, you could use that for your baby wipes or anything, but you can
Yes.
fit quite a few in there. So again, just, you know, when you want to keep them clean, obviously, instead of rattling around in the bottom of your handbag, why not just put them in a pouch? Or again, as a gift. I avoided masks, you know, for a long, long time. I was asked when we first started here to make some masks, and I always said no. At the time, there was a big thing about do they actually work?
Yes.
And what should they be made out of? And how many layers of cotton? And what kind of filters you put in there? And I thought it was such a big thing and a big minefield. I just thought, gosh, if somebody thinks that they're protected by wearing something that I've designed and they caught it, I'd be mortified. So I just absolutely steered clear of it. But now they're just something that everybody wears. I think we're just going to get used to it now.
Yes, but I think we know we are more aware and hopefully appreciate that they're not really protecting you from much at all. But what they are doing is protecting other people from
Yes.
you coughing,
Yes.
and they've got to be protecting in some way because we've had fewer coughs and colds.
Yes.
Partly because we haven't been anywhere, of course. But obviously, I think I would probably always wear one on. When I say public transport, I'm really thinking tubes in London.
Yes.
When it's busy, I think I always will,
Yeah.
because you are cheek by jowl with absolute strangers, coughing and spluttering all day,
Yeah.
you know, at you. So I think it's going to be a thing of our future.
And to make your own that are reusable as well. How many times have you walked down the street and seen these paper ones that people have just thrown on the floor?
Oh yes, awful. Because apparently the ear things get caught around birds, and so they can cause damage to birds. So if you are throwing those away, you're supposed to chop those off.
Yeah.
I love this tumble
Anyway.
dryer sheets, kitchen wipes.
You no need to buy the book, Wendy. You've read it all.
I know. I say it won't bother now. No, because I won't have all the patterns. There's some lovely, lovely projects in here. Even the simple drawstring bag, you've made it a little bit special by adding that little sort of faux piping and
Yeah.
you know the contrast for the drawstring.
And
Just
again,
makes it look
not
nice.
necessarily sustainable fabrics. It could be things that you've got in your stash already, or even clothing. You know, if you want to upcycle something. But the idea is that you don't need to throw it away.
Yes,
So
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Make
Yeah.
things that you don't throw away. I made my son what's it called? I wanted a bucket hat.
All right.
He's going to a festival in Portsmouth this weekend, and he's wearing a very loud shirt. And last time he wore flamingo play suit. All his mates dress up. So he wanted a bucket hat, so I made it out of his flamingo play suit, but only the top, so he's still got the shorts. So he's got a flamingo. Yeah, anyway. Things you do. So I think it's about time we wrap this one up. So thank you very much for watching this. You are going to be back soon, aren't you?
I don't know. I hope
Don't
so.
know. Hope so.
Yeah. So I'll just show you what I've done there. I've only put one ribbon through really quickly, but actually you could just do it with one ribbon. But
Yes.
that's just about finished. So again, really, really quick make.
Very quick make it. It's lovely. Really do like that. I think it's lovely, and I love the idea of using the cork. So for those of you that want that as a bundle, please do get it, because it's the only way it's available from us at the moment. Oh, sorry, it's sold out. You can't. You have to wait. Wait until next time. Sorry about that. Well, thanks ever so much. I hope I'm on with you again shortly.
Yeah,
It'll be
me
really
too.
good fun.
Yeah.
And I will be back in just a few minutes for our last hour with Sallieann and Creative Grid Rulers.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi everyone, I'm Sallieann Harrison and I am a patchwork and quilting fanatic and I've been sewing all my life. I'm currently based here in Bristol, but I used to live in the USA and that's where I picked up the sewing bug big time. I suppose you could say that my sewing journey began when I was about 8 or 9. I distinctly remember the first thing that I ever made and it was I say I ever made on my own. Obviously I did sewing at school, but I came home and I chopped up one of my mother's old uniforms, and she used to work in a store. I cut up these little pieces of cotton and I made myself a bikini top, and I can remember the absolute thrill of putting this little bikini top on and going out on my bicycle and riding up and down the road, and that was the first thing that I ever made, and I was totally smitten. My claim to fame has to be demonstrating at the Houston International Quilt Show. I am very heavily into wool applique, and I developed a technique where you would use a perlé thread on the top of a sewing machine, and they were interested in Houston. I actually went along to demonstrate in open studios whilst the show was on. It was really magical to have so many people that were interested in what I could do with a sewing machine. I am one of the longer running guests now on Sewing Street. Goodness knows how that happened. But I still get an absolute buzz every time I come up and do a demo, and I love receiving your messages and the feedback after the show. It's absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to bring you lots of new techniques and different ideas, so do stick with me and follow my Sewing Street journey.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Welcome back. Here we are again, now surrounded by yet more lovely fabrics. This time I've got some Moda fabric in front of me, which I love. And this particular 3 packs here are from the Mill Creek Garden range. But this hour is not just about the fabrics, it's all about some of the creative grid rulers that we sell. Now these are the rulers that we absolutely love, that keep going out of stock because they're so popular. And we have 2 particular rulers on the show today, which Sallieann is going to demonstrate for us. So we'll come on to those in a minute, but let's quickly go through the fabrics. We'll start with the jelly roll. There's 4 0 strips in this jelly roll, so they're cross-width strips. This is brand new today. Look at the colours of this. This is $44.99. This is lovely traditional prints and designs here. And I'm just going to unroll it carefully because I've got to put it back together again. Look at these Mill Creek Gardens. They normally give you 2 of each. So it looks like that's the case here, but not all of them are. So it will be a mixture, some 2, some 1s. But look at all these lovely designs. It's got the, you know, it has this very sort of vintagey look about it, I feel, these colours. Really beautiful. Now jelly rolls are really popular because of course it makes things so easy to sew. You can literally just sew the strips together and have a strip quilt very simply already done. Or of course you can cut them into smaller pieces, into squares, into triangles, etc. But that first cut of cutting them into strips is already done. Absolutely fabulous, lovely colours there. And of course they all work together. That's the beauty of them. And we do have jelly roll books if you are interested in what to do with your jelly roll or your designer roll, depending on what you're calling it. We do have books on the website that you can buy, and we have had on previous shows. And of course, if you've worked with Moda before, you know the quality. It's beautiful quality cotton, lovely and soft cottons. Just tie that up. Now, we do also have something that's a little bit unusual for us, which is a pack of fat eighths. 35 fat eighths. I'm going to open this up because I want to show you what a fat eighth is. Basically, it's a long and skinny piece. So let's just open that up. So you can feel the fabric here. So it's the same type of fabric, but that's a fat eighth. So basically it's half a fat quarter. So it's just, so if you had an eighth of a fabric as normal, or long eighth, as my friend would call it, it would be a long thin strip. It would be an eighth of a metre, but all the way across. But this is a fat one because it's only halfway across, but then it's wider that way. So that is a fat eighth, and you're going to get 35 pieces of that in this bundle here. Now, we are quite limited on this pack. It's beautiful colours here, make all sorts of lovely things with this. This is definitely one for patchwork and quilters. Look at those pretty lilac-y colours. You can just see the heather growing in the fields. Really lovely. Purples and then into the greens. So the sage, these are brand new today. Fabulous colours here. And then into the browns, and they all go together. It doesn't matter which you put together. If you sort of don't want to mess up the bundle too much, but if I take the cream off the top and put it to the bottom with the browns, you can see how they go together just as well. There's this mess of the paperwork and everything. They all just go beautifully together. It doesn't matter. Let's take that one out and put that one together. See how they go. It doesn't matter which one you put together, they all go together. I'm trying to keep my bundle nice and neat and tidy. And we also have a charm pack, which has been very popular. So this is another charm pack. Remember we had that book earlier on, which was with charm squares, made with lots of quilts with charm squares. So here we have this one, and look, you've got all of these different prints again. So it's the same prints, but this time nicely cut for you into 5-inch squares. 42 in each pack here. $14.99 for a pack of 42 charm squares. You can do so much with these. You can do the half square triangles that Sallieann was showing earlier, but you can just put them together as squares as well. Now, Sallieann's instructions for her apple cushion, which is perfect for this kind of pack, are there on the right of the screen. So you can look those up on the website. I love that cushion with the apples. It's really cute.
The apples will come out of those. They're the right size for those charm squares.
They are the right size for the charm squares, yes.
And the
so
colours
really
are gorgeous.
Aren't they?
Yeah, because there's some lovely browns in there as well to make little stalks. And
oh, yes, yes. The stalks and the leaves.
Exactly.
Really lovely. Beautiful colours. Every one is beautiful. So that is really, really lovely. So that is the charm pack, $14.99 for 42. If everybody that's got that in their basket checks out now, it will be sold out. So if you do want this, please do check out. Don't miss it. It's not yours until you've checked out. We also have some other fabric. Now this is another range. Again, it's Moda. Is this a bundle or is this individual? This is a bundle. So this is a 5-metre mega bundle. Look at this. So it's a saving of £4.91 for this mega bundle of $69.99. Let's just open one of these out. So these are 1/2-metre pieces. So again, it's the same. Oh no, it's not the same. This is different, this one. This is Moda's Prairie Dreams. So it's similar colourways really, but it's got the sort of burgundies, and so you're getting 10 half metres. So that's 10 half metres, and again, beautiful soft fabric. Really lovely. Lovely prints. And the colours are then picked up in all of the other ones as you go through the bundle. You'll see similar colours. So that one is that lovely sort of golden beige, and then after that go straight to one of these lovely deep burgundy ones, and but it still goes really well with that. Still looks beautiful together. They make it so easy. Designers sort of make it easy for us all, that we don't have to sit there and spend hours trying to determine which fabric to go with what. You can buy the whole collection knowing that they'll all go together. So look at this one, that's that. Beautiful little diamonds on there. And let's see it alongside this one with leaves. So this is really, look at those. Again, I'm just showing two complete, that's actually the fold in the fabric. Let's get that out of the way. Two different fabrics, and the one underneath, it's got lots of, like, I don't know, like little arrowheads, but in lots and lots of colours. I'm not sure, if you can get closer, you can actually see the depth of colours in there. Can you see these, all these colours? Aren't they sweet? So that is, that's those two, but there's still more. And I'm sort of doing them in twos here, just to show how they team together. And then I've got to cut those out of the way, by the way, because they're gone. Oh, they're not out of the way still. I don't like putting things on the floor. And then we have this one here. So this is that leaf design again, but this time it's in the burgundy colour. And again, I'm going to put one of these other prints with it. Look, if I just open these up, and then this one, they just work so well together. Can you see? Look at those three. That's 3 out of this set. I love this one again with all the flowers on it. Really, really pretty. And then as well as this, I've got 2 more. So this is that lovely, so it's a really lovely little print. I think it's flowers. This is really pretty. Again, all the colours coming through, and all the colours that you can see in here are also in the leaves on here as well. So if you go in, you can see these lovely colours, and then they're here. So they all sort of go together. Really beautiful. And then we have, so this is that same design with that little flower print. This is in the burgundy. So each time you sort of got the burgundy version, and then you have the creamy, goldy, beige version. So that's the spot from earlier, but which we had in the beige. So again, all those colours coming through. And then this one is the little arrowheads. All those colours again. I think they look gorgeous together, they really do. Almost Christmassy, sort of like a alternative Christmas, not bright red and gold, but a more subtle variety. All half metres. All really good quality Moda fabric. It's absolutely gorgeous. So these are our fabrics that we have got on, and don't forget they are on the website if you wanted to take a good look at them. But we're also here with these rulers. I've got 2 to play with. Only I'm not playing with them, Sallieann is. So what we have is now these are both creative grid rulers, which means they are superbly designed by quilters for quilters. This is the kitty cornered ruler, and you can see it's got all of these squares. What's really lovely on the back of all of the Creative Grid rulers is you've got lots and lots of the non-slip tape or grip. So all of these lines, that's what all of them are, all around the outside edge. This means that the ruler will stay put when you are working on it. It obviously won't particularly because I've got it covered in cellophane. The other thing I really like on these rulers is you've got a QR code here. I don't actually know what QR stands for, but basically if you point your phone camera at the QR code, it will then open a link on your phone to a demonstration by the designer of the ruler on how to use the ruler, which I think is invaluable. Also, don't throw away the piece of paper that comes with it, because you'll find there's instructions on how to use it on the back of that as well. So very, very useful ruler. This is £25.99. It's got the hanging hole at the top if you want to, made from the good acrylic that you need for any of your quilting rulers. Lots of different cutting lines and finished block sizes here, but I'm going to let Sallieann tell you more about that. And then just quickly show you this next one. So this is the 6-inch 45-degree diamond and Lone Star bias ruler. And the point of this ruler, I have just learned, is you don't have to worry about Y seams. That's what Sallieann's just told me, so she will show us what she means right later. But again, you've got these lovely markings on it, and you've got all the little spots, can you see the little spots on it? On the underside here, all these little spots are the non-slip grip, so the ruler won't move around when you're trying to use it. So you've got inches and half inches, and you've got lots of lines and bias cut, really lovely. And again, you have the QR code so you can get a demonstration for how to use it on that. And you'll also find that if you open up the packaging here, there'll be instructions on the back with nice pictures as well, showing you how to use it. So really useful, and this is £24.99. So over to you, Sallieann.
Okay.
I've told them about it, now you show them.
Okay, so this is the kitty cornered ruler. So it looks like, I don't know if you can see it on the green, yeah? Again, Creative Grids has got that non-slippy bit to it, and you can see that it's actually broken down for you in step 1, step 2, step 3, and then your trimming steps. And then obviously you've got the complete set of instructions, which we'll work through in a second. I must admit, I've demoed this before once with John Scott, and I got really excited about the shape because this is what you make.
Why is it called kitty?
I don't know.
Oh, don't know. No, I assumed it was
Phone in if you know.
something to do with cats. But yes,
Yeah.
because it's kite. It's a kite pattern.
Yeah, to me it's a kite pattern, and yeah, I got carried away with the idea of kites, and you can see it. I actually went ahead and made it into a little kite wall hanging. I must admit, it did start out as a cushion, and as I was putting it together, it got bigger and bigger, and I thought, yes, that's going to be a wall hanging. But yeah, I got carried away, so I made little kite tails with some string and some little bits of the offcuts from the charm pack. But it would look really cute in a sort of child's bedroom, or perhaps in a conservatory or something like that. And the colours, I really like, obviously the moves in that. They work really well.
They do. It's got that vintage feel to them, hasn't it? It really does.
Yeah.
And you've used, I mean, you have done it like kites.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. You could do it like petals, couldn't you?
You could do.
It could be petals of a flower. So
Yeah.
you don't have to use white either side. You could just use a different colour.
You could do, yeah. You could do. There's a photograph as well that I sent in, and that's a completely different setting. So this is kites, one setting, but there's another photograph of them set in a different way. I don't know if...
Oh, we're going to have a look for it
Okay.
whilst we crack on.
Okay, right, let's crack on then. So we're going to make some of these, I'm going to call them kitty cornered blocks. We're going to start off and follow the instructions. So as you can see, here are the instructions. So I've just highlighted what size I wanted the block to be finished. So this is a 3.5 inch finished block that we're going to do. And when it says 3.5 inch finished, it means actually sewn in. It doesn't mean raw edge. Okay.
Right, so it'll be bigger when you've just joined it.
Yeah, so it'll finish at 4
Yes.
raw edge, and then it'll be sewn in, it'll be 3.5. So I'm going to start off by taking some of the charm pack squares, and for my 3.5 inch block I need a 4.5 inch square, so I'm going to just take 1/2 inch off each side of these charm packs. So I'm just taking off 1/2 inch.
Now you're using that mat that swivels, aren't you?
Yeah.
Which I love. I love that mat because it's very important that you push the ruler away from you, isn't it? And not try and do it along that way or towards you.
Yes.
And I know that because you cut through your finger with it. So I love the fact that you can just swivel that ruler without having to pick the fabric up and move it.
Okay, so what you're going
We
to
have got that on sale, by the way. It's on the website, so if you wanted to look for that, it's really useful to have.
iron on. Okay, so what we're going to do is, with the first step, is we're going to actually fold these in half. Doesn't matter whether it's right sides together, diagonally. So I'm going to do.
Fold them into triangles.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy using the rulers?
Yes, I do.
Sallieann?
Yeah, I like the process. I like the fact that you've got like a fail-safe process that you walk through it. And it's quite exciting as well, you know,
It is.
seeing it evolve. Okay.
It does give a professional finish, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And I mean, I know a lot of people that do patchwork and quilting all the time won't have any problem with cutting out perfect squares and triangles and strips. But if you are quite new to it, it can be quite daunting. So having a ruler that helps you do that has got to be the way to go. And these are particularly good rulers.
Okay, so I've set it up as they have in their figure 4. I've got the fold, so I'm on step 1 and I've got the fold placed against the line. And basically this is cutting the kite shape. So I'm going to cut a few of these. So this is the piece that you want. Okay, so again bring it in, step 1. Actually you can see it says on the ruler, place fold against this line.
What do you do with those bits that you've just taken off?
I use them in my kite tails.
Oh right, so that, yes, they haven't got another purpose for this.
No. Okay, again, so the fold is underneath on step 1. Okay. 2. Okay. So now we've got 3 of the kite shapes.
So these instructions you can see on the left there, these are on the back of the packaging. So as I said earlier, don't throw them away, don't just think that's what they are. There's quite a few products that do that actually, which is to always check the inner card and the packaging when you buy something new, because you might find the instructions are right on the back of it.
Okay, so this is what's referred to as your unit A, and now you're going to cut your unit B, which is basically these bits that go on the outside edge. Cream pieces.
So the bits you've cut off, what have you put them on that edge? What have you done with those?
They're over here.
Yeah, put them that way. What happens?
Put them, what, in here?
Oh, yeah, so next to your, yeah, just out of interest. I like to be difficult. I like to know what you can do. What is that? Can we look overhead?
Mm-hmm. The only thing wrong with that is that once you sew it on, can you see that you will...
You'll get a
little bit of a step in it.
Yes.
because of the diagonals. But you could sew it on and you could then recut it. Recut it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe just a bit smaller then, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah, just be a bit smaller.
Sorry,
Okay,
just,
that's all right.
just wanted to know.
Right then, so I'm doing the 3.5 finished block size. So I'm cutting a 3 1/4 by 4 3/4 square.
What is the size range on this ruler? Oh, on the kitty ruler?
So the finished block size, the maximum it shows is 6 inches. So that would give you a 12 inch if you put 4 together. So, okay, so 4 3/4. I've already cut the width on this one. This is 3 1/4 inches wide. Okay, let's go back to this one. Turn the page. Okay, so into step 2. So here we're going to line up. So again, this is step 2, cutting the B units. It's all labelled on the ruler.
Would you consider this to be more advanced quilter?
Yeah, I consider it to be more intermediate than beginner.
Intermediate, yes. Okay.
Okay. Some more that I made earlier. And then you need to turn it again to step 3, which helps you cut off the corners. So moving on down here.
I love the way the instructions are there.
Yeah, so we're up to figure 11, clip the corner of the B units.
So again, you're lining it up.
It's up, yeah, I'm just clipping off that corner. And that helps you keep your 1/4 inch seams. It'll become evident when I begin to sew the pieces together.
So when you say you're lining it up, what are you lining it up
Okay, so
to?
I'm lining it up with the step 3, clip corner of B unit. You can see the lines.
Yes.
And it helps you just put it on the edge and then clip off your bottom edge.
So this is, on this ruler, each step that you need to do to create the shapes you need is marked step 1, step 2, step 3
step
in
1,
the different lines.
step 2, step 3.
But can you use the ruler for other things? Or is this a specific for this design?
It's specific really for this design. I don't know, I expect you could think of some other uses.
But I think that's the thing they do, isn't it? They have the bulk standard rectangular rulers and square rulers.
Yeah.
But then they have very specific rulers for different types of design,
Yes.
don't they? Which makes it easier if you are doing new design. Most patchwork is about precision cutting, much more so than dressmaking, in fact.
Yes. Yeah.
Because if you're an 1/8 of an inch out when you're dressmaking, it really, unless you're making a close-fitting corset, it wouldn't matter. But it does matter when you're patchworking, doesn't it?
It does,
Because,
yeah. Because it's cumulative, because if you've got lots of blocks that are 1/8 of an inch out over the course of an entire quilt, you're begin to look at inches then.
Yes.
It just becomes quite terrifying. Okay, so you can see now that these are the cut pieces that actually fit. We're going to sew these onto here, put some pins in.
We're done with that little pin
I'm done with
cushion
my
you
little
had.
pin cushion I had.
There should be a few pins in that golden dish on the side there.
Yeah. Oh, hang on, here it is. Here it is. So yeah, these little, what shall I call them? Little clipped notches. Not notches, it's not the right word.
No,
is
they're
it?
just clip corners,
Clip
aren't they?
corners help you align a 1/4 inch seam. So what you would do then is just sew along the edge. So I've got this set, again this is a size 12 needle, a 2.4 stitch length and a 1/4 inch, and the 1/4 inch is lining up with the edge of the foot. And you can see that as soon as the needle goes down, it goes down into the point of that clipped edge, so it helps you position a nice straight seam. Got myself tangled up down here.
You just do this down both sides.
Yep.
A third of the stock is sold out on this ruler. And then just open it up.
Just finger press it. Put the other piece in.
These rulers do just last forever and ever, don't they? They're really great. And I love the fact that you can hang them. Or you can buy, I think we sell it actually, you can buy the wooden racks that you can prop them up in so they can just stand up. But they will last for ages and ages.
Yeah.
I think it would be nice to have, and I know people do it, where you have almost like a mystery quilt, but each panel is like a different design. So it's learning all these different techniques. And you have it's like a sampler quilt. Yes, thank you, Haley. A sampler quilt. That's what I think is nice. And then if you use the same kind of fabric palette, it doesn't look like a mishmash. It look like it's supposed to be. Just a couple more minutes on this one, if you don't mind,
Okay.
Sallieann, because
Yeah,
we need
that's
to go on to the next one as well.
So the seams you press outwards, which is unusual because you would usually press them in towards the darker fabric, but it sits better this way.
And does it tell you to do that on the
Yes.
instructions there?
Okay, so then we can move on to the trimming step. So to trim it, you go to the trimming corner of the ruler and you put your diagonal on the diagonal of your block, and it's got a tiny little sort of apex where you put the apex of the kite shape, because that gives you a perfect 1/4 inch out from that corner.
Right.
Okay.
So Barbara has said kitty corner is an American expression meaning diagonally opposite.
Oh,
So
right,
that's probably
okay.
why it's called a kitty ruler, because it's got diagonals on it.
Okay. And then you can just go back in and trim it to that 3.5.
So you're lining up your points each time, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah. So hopefully that one and that one should be the same.
It's lovely. So then when you sew them together, that excess white below the points will disappear in the seam, so that their
Yes,
points will be
exactly. So
right
those
on the
points
seam.
will be right on the seam. So I've seen them done. And I've got a picture. If you, I don't know if you managed to find my picture. Did you find my picture?
The one that's here? Is that
No.
it? No, not that one.
Another one that I sent in.
Oh, right. We haven't got any others then.
Oh, okay. But
Okay.
no worries. So it makes the most popular way to set this is with the 4 points pointing inwards. And that makes obviously like a grid effect across a quilt,
Right.
which looks pretty cool. But another way that I've seen it done is that they actually space it out and put some sashing strips in here and a square of colour in the middle.
Oh, nice.
And that looked really nice as well. So that
Yes.
was something else, another
So
alternative.
although it's only does that design, you can use, like we were saying earlier about the half square triangles, you can use that design in different ways.
Yes, I mean, you could, for a start, you could put them in inwards, couldn't you? And start making stars that way.
Yes. Yes, I
But-
like that. Can we
yeah.
see that one? Thank you. Yes, have you put the other two the other side?
Yeah,
That make a 4-point star.
yes,
So yes, you can just twist them round a bit, can't you? It's lovely, I like it.
yeah. For this one, so these are exactly the same, and this is just diagonally set. If you wanted to have a go at making the kites, these are diagonally set, and each one of these is a 4-inch square, but you'd need the ruler to make the little kites.
Yes. Lovely.
Yeah.
Can we go on to the next ruler then? What do we do with this one?
Okay. So the other ruler.
So this is a 6-inch, which is that way, isn't it? 6-inch, 45 degree diamond and Lone Star bias ruler. And you can see it on here, some ideas already. And then inside there'll be more. It says, not only can you use it to cut fabric strips and individual multiple diamonds from 1 inch to 6 inch finished width, but also make the popular Lone Star design and set the edging triangles. All the measurements you need are shown on this one easy to understand ruler, designed by Rachel Cross. And if you use the QR code, you will be able to actually see her. That's not the QR code, but hopefully it'll be in there. But if you use the QR code, you will be able to see the demonstration online as well as obviously seeing Sallieann's now.
Okay, so I used this ruler to make that particular star.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah, and that one I'm pretty certain is a 8-point star that's nearly 17 inches. So that's a very big one. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to make some smaller ones. We'll see how they come out. I think I'm aiming for the 14.5 inch one, and I've started to make it. If you want to, there you go. So there's one corner. Now, if you were doing this the traditional way, you would be talking about insetting a square in that corner, and there'll be some inset triangles here, which is what a lot of people look at and they think, oh, that's terrifying to get a square in.
That's the Y-seam.
Yeah, because that's the Y-seam. That's more difficult to actually get in straight. Okay.
So this is a way of
ruler,
avoiding it.
It avoids it completely.
Because it's got a seam.
Yes. Because it's got a seam through it instead. Okay. So let's take the ruler first of all and cut some of the diamonds. So I don't know that I can get the instructions in at the same time as the...
So again, you don't need to, I don't think, because we can just say, I mean, obviously, if you buy the ruler, you'll get the instructions with the ruler. And it's just nice to know that they're there, I think.
Yeah. So I'm working on a 3-inch wide strip, and you can actually see that written on the ruler.
Okay.
Just double check that they're all the same. Yeah. So I've cut a strip as they've told me in the instructions, which is, these are straight grain strips.
Right, okay.
So here are the diamonds coming off.
So, again, just thinking off-piste, if I wanted to use my jelly roll, which are 2.5-inch strips, could I make 2-inch diamonds?
If you wanted to use a 2.5-inch strip, yes, you could use a 2.5-inch strip and you'd end up with a 10-inch 8-pointed star block.
Okay. That sounds quite nice. There's a reason to use a jelly roll because the strips are already cut.
Okay, so I've got some diamonds now. And then it goes on and shows you how to, because what you're going to do with the diamonds, so I'm trying to find the best picture, is you're going to inset your diamonds into the cream background. So you need to cut these pieces, which they call the top pieces, and these pieces, which they call the bottom pieces. Okay? And there are certain parts of the ruler that help you do that. So cutting the base triangle B, let's get this out of the way.
So I suppose if you were making, I mean, this is to make like a 10-inch block, so if you wanted to make it into a quilt and therefore make 10-inch, 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 10-inch or whatever, you would cut all these together, loads, however many you needed.
Yes, yeah. And a couple of things I haven't already mentioned that probably need to is if you're going to use the ruler over and over again, I did actually put a little bit of tape on the ruler, and I've just actually just stuck it on there to remind myself that a good thing to do is to tape up your ruler along the lines that you're using over and over and over again. So each time you don't have to look at where's 3 inches, where's 2.5 inches, etc., because you've got the tape on there, and so you're just block cutting over and over and over. So that helps. The other thing that's going to help you is spray starch. Before you start cutting your strips, lace your fabric with spray starch, heavy spray starch if you've got it, because these pieces are, they've got, some of them will have bias edges and they will bend, as you can see here. And
yes, and you don't want that to happen when you're sewing.
No. Okay, so here are the base pieces. So on the ruler, you've actually got written B for base. I don't know if you can see that. And again, this is just a straight grain strip, and it shows you B, and it shows you you need to, there's also a little dotted line so you can clip off the corner. The same sort of idea. Yeah,
yes.
The same sort of idea as before. So you would work your way along the strip, cutting these, and I've already cut a pile of those ready to go.
Got about 9 minutes left.
Okay, so that's that one. And then the other part that you need to cut, and they actually say this in there, cutting the large top triangle T is unorthodox but works wonderfully to make the outer edges of the design stable. So what they're talking about is the outer edges of your block. You want to have them on the straight grain. So when you cut this particular piece, it means that straight grain ends up on the outside. These pieces here are going to be on the straight grain, not on the bias. So there's no likelihood of your block warping.
Yes.
Okay.
Useful.
So just cut one of these. Remember which way around to have these now. So this one, so this is the T part of the block, and it actually tells you, you end up lining this up on the 2.5 inch line, and it tells you that in the instructions as part of the way the math seems to work. And you just
I
put
like
that
the fact that this ruler takes out that for you. You don't have to work it out.
There
you just follow those lines.
So those would be your T pieces. So what we're going to do next to assemble, we're going to take this is a
so this is a case for laying out the design.
Yeah.
So you can make sure it goes together properly.
Yes. Make sure I've got this around the right way. I think. Right. Okay, so you'll have some of these base units, there'll be a left hand and a right hand version, which is what you saw me swapping around there. So you would sew on the base, and then you would sew on the top. So again, with a 1/4 inch seam. And you've got that apex there, so you know that you're sewing in the right place. You know that's going to be 1/4 inch.
Beautiful fabrics, aren't they? I love these colours. I know you'd be surprised because it's not bright, but they just are, because they have a little pop of colour in them. But they just look so sort of vintagey classic. And when you're doing an intricate design, I think that really is nice.
I think I've just spun it round, haven't I? I lost my where I was going. Okay, let's have a look. Nope, I'm in the right place.
So earlier on when you were folding, you always made sure that the seam went to the dark side, but again with this one, like with the little flag, little kites, you're not worrying about that. It's more about how it fits in with the design.
Yes. So there we go. Top piece now.
Just got 5 minutes left.
Okay. So there we go. So that would be the corner, the same as you see that one and that one are the same. And so you'd begin then to assemble the other side using the same technique. Let's see if I can just get half the star together.
I think it's really nice to have your little ironing mat, and we do have those little irons as well, remember, right by the sewing machine, because when you're doing this, you know, it's nice to be able to press. I mean, do you press each seam?
I tend to finger press it,
just
especially
finger
because I
press
know that it's on the bias. I tend to finger press as long as I can before I put it under the iron. Does that make sense?
Yes, because one of my friends, Jenny, says you shouldn't press, because in dressmaking you press every seam before you're over it again.
Yeah.
But I know she actually does say that sometimes you don't. You do just finger press, otherwise you can stretch the seam out of shape.
Okay. So I've just finger pressed these, and then it tells you in the instructions to press them out towards the triangles, and then you would just put one on top of the other then.
So the kitty corner ruler, or kitty cornered ruler, was, you'd say, sort of an intermediate design. What would you say this one is?
Oh, I'd say the same for this
one.
Same,
intermediate. Yeah. I like the way it's got the bias, because this one I can see you can actually use just to cut bias strips as well. And again, it's got the little hanging hole, so you can hang it. And it's got all of the little grippy, I don't know what to call those, these sort of self-gripping, but it's all around the edges, it's not just the spots. It's all around the edges have got that grip, that gripping finish, just to hold it. It's what makes them worth the money, and really, really good quality, last forever, and that extra support by all that self-grip there, that will help keep them steady on the fabric when you're cutting out, particularly when you're cutting out angled fabrics and small pieces of fabric. Look at those, 2 little blocks ready. Okay. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be your 8-point lone star.
Yeah, so this is half of it. What I would say is the instructions do, when it says finally join the quarters together to complete the block, matching the seams carefully, what I would add to that is I would press all your seams in one direction, i.e. either all to the left or all to the right.
Right.
And one of the things that they don't mention in here is I would also involve like a pivot point on them. So I would actually draw my 1/4 inch lines in on here so that I had a dot that was a pivot point, and I wouldn't sew beyond that dot.
Right.
And if you did that, use the ruler in exactly the same way, but only sew to that point. That means that bit in the middle, it will sort of sit a lot better. It will fan out a lot easier. It'll sort of go into a little windmill effect.
Because the sewing won't go beyond it. It'll just almost have like a pinprick hole in the middle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Rather than the lump that I actually managed to achieve on that one.
Thanks ever so much, Sally, doing these intricate little things here. We do want to share an image with you to show what the rulers can do, because obviously we've just shown the little bit there. So what image are we showing? Oh, here it is. Look. So this is some things that you can do with this ruler.
With the Lone Star ruler.
With the Lone Star ruler, yes. Look at that. Amazing, isn't it? So you've shown the sort of simple version,
Yep.
but you can, once you've done it, you can keep going. But before we go, we've only got 5 minutes left for the day. So what I need to do is just have a quick break. Firstly, thank you very much, Sallieann.
Thank you for having me.
I hope we're on together again soon.
Yes, I hope
it
so
would be
too.
nice,
Good.
because I learn patchwork and stuff from you. What I also want to do is just recap this. Now I have to do this because lovely, lovely Stuart is in the warehouse. I hope he's been given a decent table to sit at. He's in the warehouse signing all of these books, and I hope being plied with coffee and cake while he's at it. So for your chance to get this book, now do remember this book is only available through us on this TV station at the moment, or directly from Stuart on his website. So this is the best price you're going to get it at. $15.99. It should be £20. It isn't available cheaper. So if you want to buy it from a TV channel, it is from us. It's exclusive to us this week. If you missed the show, you can do catch up on the YouTube channel, and it was 8 o'clock this morning. And it is good because Stuart went through lots of the bags that are in the book and explained his reasons behind them. And nearly every single one has some extra little bits about it, some extra pockets, some extra reasoning. It really is absolutely fantastic. And as he says, all the projects are easier or at the most intermediate to work on. He doesn't do difficult. He wants everybody to be able to achieve these. And there are always ways that you can then expand your repertoire by adding some patchwork and quilting to them if you want to. I just love this. Bags to go in the trolley, that they fit in a trolley. I just love the fact that he must have worked out all these dimensions. They fit into a deep trolley like that, and then if you fold down the top layer into the inside, they fit into a smaller trolley. I just think it's wonderful, I really do. The picnic baskets, the photography is beautiful as well. The fabrics that he has used are fabulous, but of course that is your choice. You choose your own fabric. So it's $15.99, 21 projects to make, customise and love forever. And he's called it Bags for Life because once you've made it in one fabric, you can make it in another. You can mix some of the techniques up if you want to. You can have a flap on one and a zip on another. So you can actually create more of your own with other ideas, and he does do that all the way through. He has make it yours, little tips on how you can do something a little different, make it yours itself. For instance, making the napkins to go with the picnic bag. Always a little something. This is his bottle carrier with his snack. He has a snack in it. I like that. I like the fact he goes out with a snack. I love this picnic bag. But can you imagine if this is not a picnic bag? This is a picnic bag. Make the similar sort of thing as a toy bag. As I said, when my boys were younger, I used to take them to friends and I'd have a play mat that they could then play with, and I'd have it in a bag. But this is great. You just then put all the toys back in it, bring it back together again with a drawstring, and then you've got straps to have it on the back. Really lovely. So great ideas in here, lots of things that you can do, and beautifully illustrated, beautifully written, and it's from our lovely Stuart, and they will be signed. So that's just, he's got these, this is a craft. I love the way he's categorised all these bags as how he's going to use them and what they're for. So absolutely beautiful. Of course, we've got the rulers and everything, so do go back on the website and have a look. You can order up to midnight tonight. Your $3.95 covers all of that if you've already bought something. So thank you very much for watching. Let's have a look at what you've got tomorrow. Who is it tomorrow? Is it Vix tomorrow? Vix or John? Vix, I think. So 8 o'clock, it's vintage alphabet wall hanging. And at 9 o'clock, you've got a curvy clutch and vintage clasp with Barbara McClay. Oh, and then Catherine Wright is here at 10 with Kay Fassett's Sunset Quilt. How fabulous. You know that is going to be beautiful colours. You've got some linen look cushions with Barbara again at 11 a.m. And then at 12 we pop across to Yarn Lane to look at knitted and crocheted cotton tops. So that's a nice day for tomorrow, something to sit and watch and enjoy. Until I see you again in September, I will see you all later.